defendants again present before the court with his counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Bailey, Mr. Douglas, people represented by Ms. Clark and Mr. Darden. The jury is not present. Counsel, is there anything we need to discuss before we invite the jurors to rejoin us? Mr. Douglas.
Yes, Your Honor. I have one matter.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. If the court pleases, when we visited the issue of the Pitchess motion, the amended Pitchess motion on Detective Mark Furman, the request included not only statements, but whether there were any audio cassettes, video cassette recordings, etc., of any statements that might be relevant to any of the issues that the court did find value in holding an in-camera hearing. I've had occasion, Your Honor, and my staff as well, to review a redacted document that included witness statements from different district attorneys. And it noted in that statement that the interviews with those district attorneys were in fact tape recorded. I ask, Your Honor, that we be allowed to receive and to review copies of the tape recordings that are referenced in this document. If the court preliminarily wishes to first have the tape recordings redacted to be consistent with that which was turned over, we would have no objection. However, we do think that we are entitled to receive also copies of the audio cassette tapes, and I would like to obviate the filing of a new motion simply asking for that. And that is why I bring it to the court's attention in this fashion.
All right, let me direct then the clerk to contact Mr. Walsh in the city attorney's office and ask him to make those tape recordings available. All right, anything else? All right, let's invite the jurors to join us.
Before we do that, can we have Mr. Walsh come over and appear on the record? It is an internal affairs investigation. There are certain privacy rights that Detective Furman will have.
These are tape recordings of statements that have already been disclosed to the both sides.
We never. We don't have.
You have the statements.
No, we do not. I've never seen them.
No, you've all received. Both sides have received copies of these.
I've never seen them. And I did ask about them.
Both sides were provided copies, counsel. Also with the order that they not be photocopied.
I think that may be part of the problem I have in my possession. Some
Right.
They're not full statements, however.
No, they're not.
Oh, okay.
All right, so you have the gist of what's there concerning Detective Furman.
I think that the question is whether a tape recording made by IA is available. We don't have that tape.
All right, well, we'll ask Mr. Walsh if it's available. If they want to contest it, we'll obviously have a third Pitchess hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Let's have the jurors, please. All right, Mr. Kalin. The record reflects we've now been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, Mr. Brian Kalin is still on the witness stand undergoing recross-examination by Mr. Shapiro. Good morning, Mr. Kalin. You're reminded you are still under oath, sir. Sir. And Mr. Shapiro.
Thank you very much.
I think Mr. Kalin has a full cup already.
Thanks. Two.
Oh, gosh, thanks.
Mr. Shapiro.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, Mr. Kalin.
Morning.
I want to just take a few moments to briefly review the year from May to May of 93 to 94, and to go over with you the time that Mr. Simpson spent with Nicole and his children. Are you aware during that period of time that on 3 occasions the family traveled together to Hawaii?
What's the objection? Overruled. 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 You can ask the question. Are you aware of these 3 trips?
Of trips, I don't know. I think there were somewhere. One was Hawaii, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if one was Mexico or but I know vacations.
Frequent vacations, especially in February and March of '94?
The exact date I don't know, but I'm sure there were vacations probably. It seemed to travel.
Were there vacations to Cabo San Lucas?
Yes.
Was there a vacation to Miami?
Yes.
And you said there was at least one vacation to Hawaii,
I believe so.
and there might have been more that you're unaware of.
Yes.
And also during this period of time, if Mr. Simpson was spending 5 nights a week with Nicole and the children at Bundy, you would not be aware of that, would you?
I would not. If he was there, I would ask possibly if it was Michelle or Gigi. If OJ was around, she might have said he's over at Nicole's.
And when you were telling us that on occasions you would actually only observe Mr. Simpson with his children for a specific period of time, even during those visits or times together, there would be a significant amount of time that you may not be aware of. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Kalin, has anyone from any tabloids approached you to sell your story?
Yes.
Who has approached you?
Everyone. Every tabloid.
How much money have you been offered?
A lot. Close to $1 million, I guess.
Have you accepted any money from any tabloids for your story?
No.
Have you discussed the matter of selling your story in conjunction with Grant Kramer?
Of selling it?
Selling it or making it available or getting paid for your story with Grant Kramer to a tabloid?
Yeah, I didn't want to sell a story.
And isn't it true that Grant Kramer tried to encourage you to sell the story with him and that it would be worth more money if he had you together with him?
Call roll. You can ask the question.
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Ms. Clark.
Mr. Kalin, you got a lot of money for your appearance on Current Affair, didn't you?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, isn't it true, Mr. Kalin, that you have a book proposal out for about $500,000 right now, don't you?
No.
You don't have a book proposal?
No.
Don't you aren't you represented by the William Morris Agency to write a book?
No.
Haven't you written a book proposal that has been submitted to St. Martin's for publication?
No.
You're not aware of any contract for $500,000 that you have signed?
Oh, I know it's out there, but I haven't done that.
You haven't signed it yet.
Oh, no, I heard a story about that. That's not true.
You don't have any book proposals out.
No. Don't want to do a book.
Plan to write a book in the future, Mr. Kalin?
As of today, no way.
But you may well do that in the future, might you?
In the future, maybe. Right now, no.
Not right now. You're aware of the law that prevents you from doing that for 90 days?
I know there's a law. I don't know what of 90 days or whatever it is.
Well, you
But I know
have-
there's a law about writing something.
How many lawyers do you have right now, Mr. Kalin?
2.
Before June 12th of 1994, how many lawyers did you have, Mr. Kalin?
0.
How are you paying them, these 2 lawyers, Mr. Kalin?
Sustained. Although he has counsel here and that objection was not raised by him, I'll allow it to stand at this point.
How are you paying your lawyers, Mr. Kalin?
With Michael Plotkin, it's a percentage of work.
A percentage of work?
If work comes, he'll get a percentage off that.
So he's representing you right now on the if come, as they say. If you make money, he gets a percentage of it. Is that right?
Yes.
Sounds like he's betting you're going to make quite a lot of money, doesn't it, Mr. Kalin?
It's argumentative, sustained.
And what about your other lawyer?
Bill Janago? Good faith, I guess.
I'm sorry?
Good faith.
Good faith?
There was a few lawyers that were coming to represent me, and they kept coming over, and I got it from a friend and said, Bill's a friend, and I said, okay. So I took it out of my friend's word that he was a good guy.
And how do you plan to pay him?
I don't think I'm going to pay him.
You don't think you're ever going to pay him?
Oh, I think eventually, yes. I will owe him everything.
Out of the money you plan to make, you will pay him, is that right?
Somehow, if I make it, I can't predict what'll happen.
And hey, how long has he been representing you?
The day of the grand jury,
Since June the 17th?
yes.
And has he been present on every occasion when you have been in my office for an interview?
I think he missed one. Then he had someone else show up.
He had other lawyers come, didn't he?
Yes,
So he's been present at every interview or sent on one occasion a lawyer in to be with you during your interviews with me, is that correct?
yes,
You have never spoken to me alone without a lawyer representing you, have you, Mr. Kalin?
correct.
And on your interviews with Mr. Shapiro, he has been present during those interviews, isn't that correct?
Yes,
And in fact, on some occasions, he has met with Mr. Shapiro without you, isn't that correct?
I wasn't in the room. I was in the building, but not in the room together.
He has engaged in numerous telephone calls on your behalf, has he not, Mr. Kalin?
William Janego?
Yes.
I believe so.
In other words, would it be fair to say that he spent upwards of 100 to 200 hours working with you on your situation?
Or will, you can answer the question.
I don't know how many hours. I don't think it's been that many hours.
Since June the 17th?
But we didn't meet all the time. It would be, he'd call to see if we're going to have an appointment and meet the day before, and then go see whoever we were going to see.
Well, you've met with him quite a few more times than you've met with either myself or Mr. Shapiro, haven't you?
Yes.
Are you aware of what his hourly rate is?
No. Bill Janegos? No. No idea.
And you haven't paid him one dime yet, have you, Mr. Kalin?
No, I haven't.
And you haven't paid Mr. Plotkin one dime yet, have you?
Yes.
What have you paid Mr. Plotkin?
Whatever the percentages are.
Right, but you have not paid him any money as of this date.
Yes, he's received money.
And how much is that?
I don't know. It goes from an agent to him.
And what is the percentage?
5%.
How much have you made so far? Since June the 12th?
About $60,000.
So far, Mr. Plotkin has received 5% of that.
I believe so.
And he will stand to receive 5% of whatever else you plan to do, whether it's a book or a movie, is that right?
Yes.
All of which may happen after you complete your testimony in this case, isn't that correct?
It could happen, yes.
Between May of '93 and May of '94, how often did you see Paula Barbieri at the Rockingham house?
Not very often.
But she was there.
She came by, yes.
She spent the night.
Yes.
And on how many occasions do you remember seeing her spend the night?
Well, I would never see her spend the night because I couldn't see from where I stay. But if she was there, I'd say I probably know it of about 3 times in the house.
And that's just the times that you know about, is that correct?
That I would assume that she was there that night.
There might be times she was there that you don't know about, is that correct?
Correct.
And as a matter of fact, on June the 11th, the defendant went out with Paula to an event, didn't he?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, during the early months of January of 1994, he was dating Paula Barbieri, wasn't he?
I believe so.
And during at the end of the year of 1993, he was dating Paula Barbieri, wasn't he?
93, I think. I think so.
And are you aware of any, have you heard the name Tawny Katane?
Yes.
Wasn't that another woman that Mr. Simpson was dating in the 90s?
I think they dated. I don't know. I wasn't around. But I think they dated. Pretty sure.
And that was between the dates of 85 and 94, wasn't it?
Of 85, 94, yes.
And are you aware of when Mr. Simpson married Nicole Brown?
Overruled.
I don't know the date.
Would it refresh your memory if I gave you a date?
In the 80s, I think.
Around 85?
I think so.
Sounds right?
Yes.
Now, you indicated to Mr. Shapiro that between May of 93 and May of 94, Nicole and Mr. Simpson were attempting to reconcile
At some point,
back and forth during that whole year. Isn't that correct?
it was like a commitment they were going to have a certain amount of time while OJ was in town. I don't know the dates, but I think it had to do with football season, leaving for that to see if they were going to make it. And I think it was to last until August or something like that, whenever football season would start in New York.
So there was what was it, a promise that Nicole made to act like his wife until August of 94?
It's the form of the question?
Well, it's an argumentative question.
Overruled. Overruled.
House respect question.
Overruled.
That they were going to try to make it work as a couple.
No, that wasn't my question.
Say it again.
Was there an agreement that Nicole behave as though she were still Mr. Simpson's wife until August of 94, when football season would start?
I'm going to object to the term, the questions being made and behave as if that actually is.
Overruled. Do you understand the question, sir?
That they were together. There was going to be a commitment to be together. Yes,
No.
as a.
Let me ask it again.
Okay, ask me.
Let me ask.
Wait.
Let me ask the question.
Wait. When I say wait, everybody stops talking, except for me. Understood? All right. Obviously, the question needs to be rephrased.
Thank you, Adam.
Proceed.
Was there an agreement that Nicole made with Mr. Simpson not to see another man until August of 94, when he would leave for the football season?
I think that there was something like that to make it work. So I think they had an agreement. It was like no dating. They were going to stay together.
Do you
But I
know
don't-
what, I'm sorry?
Yeah, like that, but I don't know the dates. I think it was that time for football season before.
Do you know whether it was for the purpose of Mr. Simpson's image or the purpose of their relationship?
Sustain.
But during that time period, during the period of 1994, he was dating Paula Barbieri.
Yeah, I think they dated, yes.
In January, wasn't he dating Paula Barbieri?
I think so.
Don't you
Yes.
recall a trip with her to Hawaii between 93 and 94?
I don't know if they went, I didn't know if they go on trips. But they probably did. I don't know.
As a matter of fact, do you recall that there was a trip that he took to Palm Springs with Paula Barbieri in June of 1994?
There's a trip, I think it was Memorial Day.
Memorial Day?
Yes, I think it was to Palm Springs then.
And that was the defendant and Paula Barbieri took that trip together to Palm Springs, didn't they?
I believe so.
All right, now you stated on cross-examination that you really liked both Nicole and the defendant. You recall stating that?
Yes.
But Nicole did not give you a place to stay for free, did she?
No.
And you told Mr. Shapiro that even though the defendant let you stay in the guest unit for free, you felt no obligation to him. Do you recall saying that?
That although I stayed there free, I felt no obligation to him?
Yes. You recall saying that?
I guess yes.
Now, on Mr. Simpson's estate, you had a room with its own bathroom. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
It had its own office.
Yes.
You had access to a jacuzzi.
I'm sorry, Mr. Shapiro. Objection.
Objection, this is witness.
I assume this is foundational for
Foundational.
something else. Overruled.
You
Yes.
had access to a jacuzzi.
Yes.
You had access to a swimming pool.
Yes.
You had access to the kitchen area in the pool house.
Yes.
Now, what would you have paid to live in a place like that, Mr. Kalin?
I probably wouldn't have lived there if it was like a price on it.
You could have afforded to pay for it, sir. What do you think you would have paid for something like that? $1,000, $1,500 a month?
Oh, in that area? Yes.
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 And you stayed there for 6 months?
Yes.
So you saved at least $6,000 staying there rent-free, isn't that right?
Yes.
So the defendant saved you at least $6,000 by letting you stay there without paying any rent. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And he got you an acting part too, didn't he?
No.
Didn't you tell us about the Kushner lock?
No, I had the audition through an agent.
And he
And-
made a phone call to help you, didn't he?
I had mentioned to him that I knew someone, and I didn't know at the time, and he said he was on the board there, and he said, I'll make a call.
So
But
he
I-
helped you.
No, I had the reading. I didn't get the part.
But he tried to help you.
Oh, he
said
took-
he'd make the
he-
call,
oh,
didn't he?
Yes, he did.
All right. Saved you $6,000 in rent.
Yes.
You stayed on that beautiful estate. Yes?
Yes.
You had access to a famous celebrity. Yes?
Yes.
When you went out to see your friends, you could tell them that you were living on Mr. Simpson's estate, couldn't you?
I could, but I didn't do that.
You didn't do that, Mr. Kalin. You
I
never told
really-
anyone you lived on Mr. Simpson's estate.
Well, some people knew, close friends, but wasn't.
And with all of that, you don't feel obligated to him, is that right? You don't feel obligated to him? Is that your testimony?
Can you explain obligated? What,
Did you need Mr. Shapiro to explain it to you, sir?
Do you mean for,
Stay. That's argumentative.
You're telling me that you do not feel obligated to Mr. Simpson with all that we have just mentioned? Is that what you're saying?
it's somewhat, yes. That I,
On June the 12th, you stated that you were in the house and you spoke to Mr. Simpson at about 3 p.m., is that right?
yes.
And how did you happen to go into the house at that time?
I think at that time I walked by and he said my name or something like that.
He invited you in.
Yes.
You would not go in without being invited, is that correct?
Yes.
So you were invited in by Mr. Simpson at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on June the 12th, is that right?
Yes.
You were invited in again by him at about 6 or 6:30 after the recital, isn't that right?
Yes.
And then again at 9 p.m. when he wanted to go out to dinner, you were with him again and walked through the house, is that correct?
Yes.
And then again at 11 p.m. when he was getting ready to leave for the limo, you were in the house with him again at that time, were you not?
Yes, I was.
So on June the 12th, you were in the house with Mr. Simpson at 3, at 6, at 9, and at 11 p.m., is that right?
No, not at 9.
You walked through
Oh,
the
when I
house.
walked through, yes. Yes.
Isn't that right?
Yes.
And you were with him on all 4 occasions, is that right?
Yes.
Other than June the 12th of 1994, did you ever spend that much time with Mr. Simpson or go into his house on that many occasions?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Mr. Shapiro.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Kalin, regarding the amount of time you've spent with Mr. Simpson, have you been in the house for any prolonged period of time prior to June the 12th?
Yes.
And for what purpose?
Watched a football game and
How long did you watch a football game for?
3-4 hours.
What else have you done in the house?
Watched a movie. Had Christmas. Breakfast sometimes.
You would say that Mr. Simpson treated you in a very kind and nice way.
Yes.
Your Honor, objection of the relevant and assessed the last.
Overruled. Innocuous.
And on this occasion, as far as going to McDonald's, I believe you told us that you invited yourself to go with him.
Yes.
Overruled.
Yes.
And regarding access to the living quarters of Mr. Simpson, that wasn't a place that you had free access to, was it?
Say it again.
The living quarters of Mr. Simpson, his kitchen, his dining room, his den, was that a place that you had free access to or not?
No, I wouldn't go in without being invited.
Regarding the jacuzzi, how many times were you in the jacuzzi?
Once.
Would you say you did not take advantage of the generosity of Mr. Simpson in allowing you to stay in the guest house temporarily?
I did not.
Regarding dates, are you precise as to dates of times Mr. Simpson spent with Paula Barbieri?
No, I think the Memorial Day was the one in Palm Springs, if I remember. I'm kind of sure on that one. The exact dates, no.
Would it be a fair statement to say that you never saw Mr. OJ Simpson with Paula Barbieri prior to May of 1994?
I might have once, but I think I first met Paul, like, I knew about her, but first met her in April or May, but I think maybe May, I'm not positive.
Of 94.
Of 94.
And you knew that OJ Simpson was getting back together with her, that they had dated sometime prior?
That he knew her from before they dated?
Yes.
Yes.
Regarding the issue of you getting to have the privilege of staying as Mr. Simpson's guest, it's been pointed out by the prosecutor that that may have had a value of $6,000. May have had a value greater than that, might it?
Yes.
Not? Regardless of the value, would that be enough to get you to lie in this case, sir?
I will not lie.
For any amount of money?
For any amount of money.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Kalin, I'm going to excuse you at this time. However, you are subject to recall. I'm going to order you not to discuss your testimony with anybody except for the lawyers in the case and your own attorney. And you will be required to come back to court within 48 hours of being notified by the court. Do you understand the order, sir?
Come back.
If we may need you back, I don't know yet, but you're still subject to
Oh.
recall.
Okay.
All right, do you understand my order, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much. You're excused for today. Thank you, counsel. All right, next witness.
We'll call Mrs. Rachel Ferrara.
Yes, Ms. Clark, Mr. Cochran. All right, let's rescue those.
Yes, they are.
All right, Deputy Russell, let's recycle our matters here. Thank you, sir. All right, Ms. Clark, are you prepared to call your next witness?
Yes, I am, Your Honor. Thank you. People call Ms. Rachel Ferrara.
Waiting for my clerk. There she is.
Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give on the cause not being before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please be seated and state, spell your first and last name for the record.
Just sit back, hold the microphone close to you, please. Thank you. Ms. Clark. I'm sorry.
First and last name.
Rachel, Rachel, Ferrara, Ferrara.
Ms. Clark.
Okay, Ms. Ferrara, are you a friend of someone by the name of Brian Kalin, also known as Cato Kalin?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you known him?
I've known him since March of 94.
And during the time that you knew him in 1994, where was he living?
In OJ's guest house.
And where was that house? What was the address of that house?
360 North Rockingham.
In Brentwood?
Yes.
And had you ever visited him at that guest house?
Yes.
So you know what it looks like.
Yes.
On June the 12th of 1994, did you receive a call from Cato Kalin?
Yes.
At approximately what time?
Approximately 10:20
And where were you when you got this call?
at home.
I'm sorry?
At home?
Without giving us your address, where that was at the time, tell us the general area you were living in on June the 12th of 1994.
It's West LA, Palms.
About how many miles from Rockingham and Brentwood would that be?
10 miles? It's a guess. I really don't know.
Okay, and at 10:20 p.m., what were you doing when you got that phone call from Mr. Kalin?
I was watching TV. Not much.
Did you have a conversation with him?
Yes.
What did you talk about?
We talked about,
Sustained.
Did you discuss with him a typewriter?
yes.
All right. And after that discussion, did you have some further discussion about activities that you were involved in at that time period?
A little bit, yes.
Were you studying acting at that time?
Yes.
Were you and Cato involved in some project together or a job together at that time?
Yes.
And what was that?
A movie we were both working on.
Were you acting in that movie?
No.
What were you doing?
I was a production assistant.
And what was Cato Kalin doing?
Oh, he was doing a little bit of everything. He was doing some extras casting, and he was an assistant to one of the producers, and he was he had a part, but well, they cut it out, but he had a part.
He had a part, but
Yeah.
they cut it out? So other than that, what kind of duties was he performing? Gopher? Or?
A little bit, yes. He was an assistant to a producer, so I guess they make you do probably about anything they can. So,
About anything which would be?
running errands, maybe taking people to lunch, just handling their affairs, basically. Depends.
Now, did Cato talk to you about what he had done earlier that evening?
Somewhat, yes.
Did he talk to you about going to McDonald's with Mr. Simpson?
Yes.
During the course of your conversation, did you happen to ask Cato Kalin what time it was?
Yes.
And how do you happen to recall that?
Because we were going to go out and do something, and I asked him, I was trying to figure out if it was too late, and he said, so I asked him what time it was, and he said 10:30.
Now, you were supposed to go out with him that night, were you?
Yes. Well, I don't know, out, but
Get together.
yes.
And so after he told you it was 10:30, at some point after that, did something unusual occur during the course of your conversation with him?
Yes.
What was that?
Well, he described it as an earthquake. He said there was a bang on his wall.
Okay. And about how long after you'd asked the time and he told you it was 10:30, did he describe an earthquake occurring?
After 10:30?
Right. You asked him what time it was. He said 10:30, correct?
Right.
At some point after that, he described an earthquake occurring. Mm-hmm. How long after that time when he said it was 10:30 did he describe hearing an earthquake?
Approximately 10 minutes.
And how did he describe that earthquake sound?
He said it was a bang.
And when he told you about that, how did he sound?
He sounded confused and startled and concerned.
Did he sound scared?
Sustained.
Did he indicate to you in any way that he was, how did he indicate to you that he was concerned?
Well, because we tried to figure out what it was, and he said, was that an earthquake? And I had the TV on, so I said no, because, well, for one thing, I didn't feel anything, and also because they usually report it right away, some sort of indication. And just because he kept referring back to it in the conversation.
After
And it
you
also knocked his picture.
said it moved the picture on the
Right.
wall? Did after you said no, it was not an earthquake,
Yes.
did he indicate some concern to you?
Yes.
And what concern was that?
We thought maybe somebody was outside.
All right, but you continued to talk to him for a little while after that, did you?
Yes.
About how long?
Approximately 10 minutes or so.
During that 10 minutes that you continued to talk to him, did the subject of that bang come up again?
Yes.
How many times?
Oh, I don't know how many times. I just know that it came up again.
Okay. And what did he tell you with respect to what he was going to do about it?
Sustain.
Did he tell you, did he indicate to you that what, if anything, he was going to do about that bang?
Well, at the end,
You can answer yes or no. Did he tell you what he was going to do?
yes.
All right, next question. Thank you.
And what did he tell you he was going to do?
Sustain.
1236, Your Honor.
Subsequent conduct?
Subsequent conduct, 1241, 1240, contemporaneous, and 1236, prior consistent.
Here at 12:36.
All right, with the court order.
All right, you indicated that you continued to speak for 10 minutes after the bangs occurred on the wall. And then,
Overruled.
I'm sorry, bang on the wall. Okay, after the bang on the wall. And at some point, did Mr. Kalin indicate to you he wanted to terminate the conversation?
Yes.
And were you expecting at the time that he terminated the conversation to hear back from him again?
Yes.
Did he tell you to expect to hear back from him again?
Sustain.
After you hung up from him, did you leave your apartment?
No.
Why didn't you leave your apartment?
Because I didn't plan on leaving.
Okay. Were you waiting for him to call back?
Yes.
And if you did not, what were you going to do if you did not hear back from him?
Well, he said before he hung up.
Sustain.
I'd like to approach, Your Honor.
Well, that's non-responsive to that question.
Okay.
The question was, what were you going to do if you did not hear back from him?
Okay.
That's why I sustained the objection, because the answer was non-responsive.
Okay. Thank you. Did he give you some instruction just before hanging up with you after hearing the bang?
Yes.
And what was that instruction?
Sustain.
Not for the truth of the matter, Your Honor.
Subsequent conduct?
And subsequent conduct.
All
But
right,
it's-
proceed. Overruled.
Go ahead.
Could you repeat the question?
Yes. Just before he hung up with you, did he give you some instruction?
Yes.
And what was that?
He said if he doesn't call back in 10 minutes to call the police.
Could you tell whether he was joking or serious?
Why don't you rephrase the question?
What was his tone of voice when he told you that?
It was, I don't remember.
I'm sorry?
I don't remember his tone of voice. It wasn't urgent.
Were you concerned?
Not at the moment, not as much.
Did he indicate at any point that he wanted to go out and find out what caused the noise?
Yes.
And about what time was it that you hung up?
Approximately 10:50.
Did you ever hear back from Mr. Kalin that night after you hung up at 10:50?
Yes.
And what time was it approximately when you heard back from him?
I'd say approximately 11:05. 5 after 11.
So, I'm sorry?
5 after 11?
Okay. And did you have a conversation with him about what occurred after he hung up with you at 10:50?
Yes.
Did he describe any encounter he'd had with Mr. Simpson?
Objective. Yes.
Sustain.
All right, during your conversation with Mr. Kalin, when you resumed your conversation after 11 or 11:05, did something interrupt your telephone call with him?
Yes.
And approximately how long had you been speaking, if you remember, at the point that that phone call was interrupted?
Approximately 10 minutes.
Are you familiar with the feature on telephones called call waiting?
Yes.
So are you familiar with what occurs when someone calls while you're on the line if you have call waiting?
Yes.
And what is that?
It clicks or beeps or, well, actually clicks.
And during your conversation with Mr. Kalin after 11 p.m., after you'd been speaking to him for a while, did something interrupt your call?
Yes.
And what was that?
Call waiting on his line.
On his line? And did he click off onto the other line?
Yes.
And did he come back to you after that?
Yes.
I'd like to ask a question that I know that Mr. Cochran will object to. If I could approach the bench.
Sure.
When she approached me. Yes. Approach.
After you click back over,
Yes.
not very long. He
That's, what's the next thing?
Or we'll go
You
ahead
can
and
complete your answer.
just a couple of minutes, and then he went outside.
And then did he call you back again after he came back inside?
Yes.
About how long was it that you spoke after he called you back the third time?
The third time?
Right.
It was for a long time, an hour and a half.
About what time did you hang up with him?
I don't know what time. I'd have to calculate it and figure it out, I guess. Let's see. 12:31.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Cochran?
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy, Your Honor.
Good morning, Ms. Ferrara.
Hello.
I'd like to ask you just a few questions. When you came into court today, you came in with a gentleman who's seated back there. Is that your lawyer?
Yes.
So you have a lawyer also, do you?
He's not a criminal.
But he's a lawyer who came here with you?
Yes.
He's still a lawyer, right?
Yes.
Okay. And prior to your testimony, you've had occasion to speak with Ms. Clark, have you not?
Yes.
Ms. Marsha Clark? On how many occasions would you say you've spoken to Ms. Clark prior to your testimony here today?
I've spoken to her 2 times.
And on each occasion, were you by yourself when you talked to her?
The first time I was, yes.
And the second time, who was with you?
My attorney.
All right, same gentleman who's here?
Correct.
All right. And how long had you known Kato Kalin prior to June 12th, 1994?
Well, for just, well, since March, so.
All right. So you'd known him since March of 1994, is that correct?
Correct.
And had you met him in connection with this movie production we were talking about?
Yes.
And during that period of time between March 1994 and June of 1994, did a relationship of some kind develop between you and Mr. Kalin?
Yes.
And what was that relationship?
We were friends and we were dating.
Dating?
Yes.
And you came to know him pretty well as of June 12th of 1994?
Yes.
Did you find him to be a fairly honest and straightforward person in your dealings with him?
Definitely.
Who tell you the truth as far as you knew?
As far as I knew.
Now, you became aware as of March of 1984 that Mr. Kalin lived at Mr. OJ Simpson's residence. Is that correct? In the guest house?
I'm sorry. What was,
You
I
became
didn't hear
aware
the
after
first
you met him in March of 1994 that Mr. Kalin lived at Mr. OJ Simpson's residence or in his guest house, right?
Yes.
And in fact, between the period of March 1994 and June 12th of 1994, you had occasion to go over to the Simpson residence. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you spent some time over there. Is that correct?
Not a lot, but yes.
How many? Did you spend some evenings there?
1 or 2 evenings.
On how many occasions would you say you went over there?
I went over there in the day time a few times, so I would say 5 or 6.
All right, during that time frame. All
Yes.
right. Sometime in the day, sometime in the evening. Is that correct?
Correct.
And did you ever see Mr. O.J. Simpson during any of these times that you went over there?
Never.
So the 5 or 6 times you went over there between March of 1994 and June 12th of 1994, you never saw Mr. O.J. Simpson, right?
Never.
On this particular evening that we're talking about, June 12th, 1994, you recall that you received a phone call from Mr. Kalin that evening. Is that correct?
Yes.
And to the best of your recollection, that phone call was somewhere approximately 10:30 p.m., the first phone call. Is that right?
Approximately 10:30.
That you were talking to him by 10:30 that evening.
We were talking during 10:30, but it was before 10:30.
Right. The first call was about what time? 10:20?
Yes.
All right. And at 10:30 you were still talking. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you had some plans of possibly getting together that evening. Is that correct?
Yes.
So it turned out you didn't get together that evening, did you?
No.
All right. And as I understand your testimony that evening, you had perhaps 3 conversations altogether. Is that correct? 3 telephone conversations?
Yes, I guess you could put it like that.
It was during the first conversation that, while talking to Mr. Kalin, he described for you a bang on the wall of his residence or something of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you recall he used the term bang on the wall. Is that correct?
Yes.
At first, as I understand it, he thought it was an earthquake, and because you were watching television, you were aware at least there was no indication of an earthquake at that time. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
Well, that's not the only indication, but I didn't feel anything.
All right. So you didn't feel anything, and you
Right.
didn't see any mention of it either. Is
Right.
that correct? And you were approximately 10 miles from where he was at that point. Is that correct?
That is an approximate. I'm not sure.
Well, you were in Palm somewhere. Is that
Yes.
correct? All right. Now, after he told you about this bang on the wall, there came a time when that conversation, that first conversation, terminated. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you tell us about what time did the first conversation terminate?
Around 10:50.
All right. And at that point, you expected that Mr. Kalin would call back again. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so that we're clear, if you can help us with this, what time did he call back after the first conversation? What was the time of the second conversation?
Approximately 11:05.
All right. So perhaps 15 minutes later he called back. Is that
Right.
correct? Do you know, or were you able to ascertain whether or not Mr. Kalin had seen Mr. Simpson between the two phone calls, between 10:50 and 11:05. Were you able to ascertain that?
Yes,
And that was based upon something that he told you?
correct.
Did you discuss with Mr. Kalin that night that Mr. Simpson was going to Chicago on an airplane at all?
Discussed.
Yeah, did you guys talk about that?
It wasn't like a whole topic discussed, but it was mentioned.
All right, no, I'm not talking about a topic, but did you have occasion to mention that in
Yes.
the course of your conversation?
Yes.
All right. Was that in the first conversation or in the second?
That was in the second.
Second conversation?
Yes.
All right, after he came back, is that correct?
Correct.
And in the second conversation, how long did that conversation last?
Second conversation lasted, oh God, approximately 10 minutes.
Till about 11:15 or thereabouts?
Yes.
And then after that, there was a period of time, and then you had a third conversation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the second conversation ended at about 11:15. Can you help us with when the third conversation began, when he called you back?
When it began,
Yes, what time did it start?
probably, well, he wasn't outside for very long, so I'd say 10 minutes later, so 11.
So
20.
your best recollection is that the third conversation would have started about 11:25 or thereabouts?
Yes.
Okay. And I understand these are just estimates, is that correct? Your best estimates?
Best estimates, yes.
And this third conversation was the one you shared with us that may have lasted up to an hour and a half, is that correct?
Yes.
In the second conversation, did Mr. Kalin say to you that he had seen a limousine outside in the
Yes.
driveway? Did you have occasion to see any of Mr. Kalin's testimony during the course of the last several days or so?
No. I heard some of the highlights.
I couldn't hear you.
I've heard some of the highlights. I
And
said.
where did you hear the highlights?
From friends.
Oh, people who told you they'd seen it. Do you believe that
Yes.
is that yes?
Yes.
All right. You believe that Cato Kalin is an honest and credible person? Well, I want a foundation leading to something else. Thank you. Could you hear that question?
Do I believe
that
he's
he's
honest and credible
an honest
person?
and credible person?
Yes.
And why do you say that?
Because because I know him.
And you still consider yourself a friend now?
He's
is that
very
right?
moral.
All right. And this is based upon the time you've known him since March of 1994. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you haven't sold your story to any publications, have you?
No.
Have you had any offers?
Yes.
And what kind of publications have made offers to you?
Current Affair, hard copy. And I haven't pursued it, so I've been approached, but I haven't, Globe and
All right, some of the tabloid
right.
magazines also. And you've not been paid at all at this point, is that correct?
No.
You've not appeared on any of those shows yet?
No.
Well, thank you very kindly.
Sure.
Nothing further.
Ms. Clark? Fairly.
Ms. Ferraro, why do you have a lawyer?
Why do I have a lawyer?
Right.
For a civil suit?
Who are you suing?
Time magazine? Well, it hasn't been filed.
But you're planning to.
Yes.
And why's that?
Because they said I lied.
And what did they say you lied about?
Okay, maybe please. Maybe you call that next. Talk.
Why don't you chat with Ms. Clark first? Thank you, counsel. Proceed.
Do you remember the question?
No.
Okay. What did they say you lied about?
My preliminary testimony.
In what respect?
Well, basically, they said I lied about. They said that I said that Cato told me that he went outside and saw no one.
Went outside and saw no one?
Right. During the course when he went outside.
That he did not, in other
The
words,
first time.
they were reporting, you had said that Cato told you when he went out to investigate the noises, there was no one outside.
Correct.
And you had never said that.
No.
And that's why you have a lawyer today?
That and moral support, basically.
Okay. Are you paying him?
No, it's on a contingency basis.
Your Honor, she is represented by counsel, and to the extent that questions call for privileged information, she does raise the privilege. My name is Paul Sewell, and I represent Ms. Ferrara.
All right, and counsel, if you'd drop your card off with the clerk before you leave this morning, I'd appreciate that.
And there'll be no further questions about the fee arrangement.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, counsel.
Okay, you indicated, Ms. Ferrara, that, well, let me ask you one further question. Have you told us the truth today, Ms. Ferrara?
I'm sorry?
Have you told us the truth today?
Yes.
And did you tell the truth at the preliminary hearing?
Yes.
Your knowledge of Mr. Kalin's credibility, ma'am, is that based on your interaction with him?
Mostly, yes.
Okay. How often do you see him currently?
Currently? Never. I mean, here, but never.
Okay. You ran into him here in court, did you?
Yes.
All right. Other than
I've
that-
seen him out a couple of times, but we don't really talk.
And how long did you date him for?
I would say till the beginning of July. So from March, well, actually, April till July.
Of 94?
Yes.
Right. And after July, did you stop dating him?
Yes.
And how often did you see him after you stopped dating him?
We would talk on the phone mostly, but not very often. It depends. Sometimes once a week, sometimes a couple times.
When was the last time you spoke to him on the phone?
Last time I talked to him briefly the other day.
About your court appearance?
A little bit. No, not really. I just said, well, I was just wishing him luck, kind of.
And when was the last time before that?
Oh, I don't know, a while ago, a couple weeks ago, maybe.
Okay. And prior to that?
I don't know. I really don't know. I'm just guessing. Infrequently.
Okay. Would you consider him one of your closest friends?
A close friend, yes.
Okay. And you see him how many times? Well, since you stopped dating him in July, what was the nature of your contact? Telephone or in person?
Since July, mostly telephone. But I've been told not to, it's better that I don't talk to him.
Okay. So you've stayed away from him, have you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any financial interest in this case, the outcome of this particular case?
Any financial interest in the outcome? Absolutely not.
Right. No matter what happens with this case, you're going to pursue your lawsuit as you see fit, or your lawyer sees fit?
Yes,
It's two separate things.
correct.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Certainly.
Okay, you've indicated to Mr. Cochran that many of your time estimates are approximate. You recall that?
Yes.
Was there one particular time that night when you absolutely determined what time it was during your conversations with Mr. Kalin?
Yes.
And when was that?
10:30.
And that was how long before he told you about the bang?
About 10 minutes before.
And you're certain of that time?
Yes.
And why is that?
Just because of how much longer we talked.
Okay. And when you found out it was 10:30, you specifically, were you specifically, hold it, I'm not done. I'm going to fix it.
It was.
I'm going to make it better. I'm trying. When you just indicated to us you were certain of the time of 10:30, did you pay some specific attention at that point to what time it was?
Well, I was aware of it.
Okay. Do you direct your attention to what time it was at that point?
At 10:30?
Yes.
Yes.
And what did you do to determine what time it was?
I asked Cato what time it was.
Okay. So other than that time of 10:30 and the 10 minutes after that you've just indicated to us, are you certain of any of the other times you've mentioned? Or are those approximate?
Well, I'm certain of the 11:05.
Okay.
I mean, I
Anything
know
else?
it was after. Yeah, I'd say I'm certain
What are you certain of?
of the times.
Yes, which you indicated to Mr. Cochran that you were sometimes were approximate. Okay.
No,
now-
I would say approximate within a minute. I mean, I'm not, dead on the times, but I'm saying approximate within a minute or two.
So when you say 11:05,
Well, I know that because he said 10 minutes. And then, I was waiting 10 minutes for him to call back, whether I should actually get concerned or not.
and it was more than 10 minutes though, wasn't it? Wasn't
It
that your
was more than 10
testimony?
minutes.
Pardon?
It was more than 10 minutes.
It was how long?
About 15.
Okay. So after the point of 11:05, are you certain of the times then? For example, how long you were talking to him before he left the phone again? Or is that an approximation?
Well, it's an approximation.
Okay. You indicated that you were planning to get together that night, but you didn't.
Right.
Why not?
Because the noise happened. Or the bang happened.
And was that your decision or his?
Well, if it was both of ours, because that means that if I would have to go over there and then we'd go out, and I'd say it was mostly his because he didn't want to leave.
Because
Because he thought he should.
Sustain. Mr. Cochran?
Was it someone in this courtroom who told you not to see Mr. Cato Kalin?
Yes. Well, it was not don't see him, but we probably should not talk to him.
All right, that was some advice that you received.
Yes.
Okay.
It is a privilege again, Paul Sigelman.
That's fine.
Calls for any
I'm not
communications.
going any further. I just asked someone in the courtroom. So now we know who it is.
Well, that's not true, though, but
did I tell you that as well?
yes, you did.
Because we don't discuss your testimony with Mr. Kalin?
Right.
That's not privileged.
Anything else?
Nothing further.
Anything else? All right, Ms. Farrar, you're excused as a witness. Thank you very much. All right, we'll take a 15-minute recess, and Ms. Clark, can you have your next witness available? All right, ladies and gentlemen, please remember my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions. Do not allow yourself to be communicated with regarding the case. Do not conduct any deliberations until the matter has been submitted to you. We'll take a 15-minute recess, and then we'll start with the next witness. All right. 15. All right. All right, the people may call their next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people call Mr. Alan Park.
All right, Mr. Park, would you step forward, please? Step over here next to the court reporter, please. Face the clerk.
Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the following opinion before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Please have a seat for witness stand and state and spell your first and last name for the record.
I want you to lean back, Mr. Park, and just pull the microphone close to you.
Okay.
Person. All right.
ALLANPARK.
Ms. Clark.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Park.
Good morning.
Sir, as of June the 12th, can you tell us where you were employed?
I was employed for Town and Country Limousine.
Let me push that microphone a little closer. As of June the 12th, 1994, you were employed where?
For Town and Country Limousine.
As what, sir?
As a limousine driver.
And how long, as of June the 12th, had you been working there?
It was about 2.5, 3 months.
Who was the owner of that limousine company, sir?
Dale St. John.
Was he also a neighbor of yours?
Yes, he was.
How close did he live to you?
Just across the street.
On the date of June the 12th, 1994, did you have an order for a pickup on that date for the evening to go to the airport?
Yes, I did.
What was your order?
My order was to pick up Mr. Simpson at 360 Rockingham.
At what time?
10:45.
10:45?
Yes.
And were you made aware of what flight you had to get him to?
Not a flight number, but just to get him to LAX for an 11:45 flight out from American Airlines.
And were you aware of where that flight was going to?
I believe Chicago.
Had you ever driven Mr. Simpson to the airport before?
No, I haven't.
Or had you ever driven Mr. Simpson anywhere before?
No.
Now, as of June the 12th, 1994, had you ever been to the Brentwood area?
No.
Can you tell us, sir, at what time you left to pick up Mr. Simpson to take him to the airport on June the 12th?
What time I left my place?
Yes.
It was about 9:45.
And the area was not your address at that time, but the general area you were leaving from?
Torrance.
So you left at 9:45?
Yes.
Were you anticipating it would take you an hour to get to Brentwood from there?
I had no idea how long it would take. I knew it would be somewhere around there.
Now, were you scheduling yourself to arrive exactly at 10:45?
No, I wasn't.
What time were you scheduled to actually arrive there?
Well, they like us to be there 10 minutes early.
So what time were you trying to arrive at the defendant's house in Brentwood?
10:35.
Now, when you were driving to the defendant's house, what kind of car, what kind of limousine were you driving?
It was a stretch.
A stretch limousine?
Yes.
And what does that mean?
It means it's long.
Okay. Longer than what?
Longer than a normal sedan. I don't know the exact length of it. I think it was only fit for 4 to 6 passengers. So it's not actually, super long, but it's longer than a normal sedan.
Had you ever driven a stretch limousine before?
Yes, I have.
Did you, the first time you ever drove it, did you have to have any practice or any instruction in how to maneuver it?
I never had any instructions, no.
Did you practice any with it?
Well, before I worked for him, I drove for another person for a few months, so I had practice.
Okay. When you say him, you mean Dale St. John?
Yes.
Before you worked for Dale St. John at Town and Country Limousine, you worked for another limousine service?
Yes.
And at that prior limousine service, how long had you worked there?
It was about the same, 2.5, 3 months.
Did you drive stretch limousines at that earlier employment?
It was just one. It was one private owner. I just drove him around, nobody else.
Now, is there any difference in driving a stretch limousine than it is driving a regular, say, car of the size of a Lincoln Continental?
Yes.
And how is it different?
Just you need to make your turns a lot wider and drive a little bit slower. There's people in the back.
Why do you drive a little slower when there's people in back?
Well, I don't want them flying from side to side.
All right. So while you were driving, what route did you take to Mr. Simpson's house?
I took the 405 freeway north to Sunset, made a left off of Sunset going west to Rockingham. I made a right and headed up Rockingham to the residence.
During your drive to the residence, sir, is that car, that limo that you were driving that night, that stretch limo, is it equipped with a cell phone?
Yes, it is.
And is it the kind of phone that is fixed in the car, or can you remove it and take it around with you?
It's fixed in the car.
Did you receive any phone calls during your trip to Rockingham?
From what I remember, I received one from Dale.
I'm sorry, Dale St. John?
Yes.
That was your boss?
Yes.
He called you in the car while you were en route to Rockingham?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall what time it was when you drove, when you indicated to us just now you turned right up onto Rockingham and drove up Rockingham? Do you recall what time it was when you got to the location on Rockingham where the defendant's house was?
It had to have been around 9 922.
922?
No, excuse me, 1023. I'm sorry.
Now, how was it that you knew what the address was? Is that correct?
Yes.
360 North Rockingham?
Yes.
How were you able to locate which house on Rockingham was the defendant's as you drove up Rockingham?
There was addresses painted on the curb.
All right. You see the photograph that's being shown to you as People 62A, sir?
Yes, I do.
Can you indicate to us, well, strike that. Did you locate the address on the curb that belonged to the defendant, 360, as you drove up Rockingham in that stretch limo?
Yes.
And do you see the location that you noticed the address in painted on the curb in this photograph?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to ask you to direct the arrow to the address you saw on the curb on June the 12th. How about a different color? Red? Make it red? Tell the arrow where to go, Mr. Park.
Go down behind the Bronco. Back up a little bit. Up. There you go, right there.
All right. Could you put a circle around that, John? All right. So you were able to see the address on the curb there?
Yes.
So at the time that you were looking at that location, the address on the curb, did you see a car parked in that location?
No, I didn't.
You see that white Bronco in this photograph, sir?
Yes.
Was that white Bronco there at the time you drove by at about 10:22?
I didn't see it.
And you were looking at that curb, were you not?
Yes.
When you saw the address on the curb, what happened next? What did you do?
I was driving a little bit quick, so by the time I saw it, I noticed that was the house, and I should turn around. As I got a little bit farther, I noticed another side street, Ashford.
And how far was that side street past the location of the curb where you saw the address?
It's about another 40, 50 yards.
People's Exhibit number 63.
Do you recognize the location that you see in this photograph, sir?
Yes, I do.
All right. Can you tell us, first of all, which street it is that comes actually down to the left-hand corner of the screen as you face it?
That's Ashford.
Can you point, I'll tell you what,
The
point
left-
tell the arrow. Where's Ashford? Tell the arrow where to go.
Go down to the left. That's Ashford there.
All right. Okay. Mark that. And the previous photograph, Your Honor, to be marked with
62A1.
62A1, thank you. And is that the street that you indicated was the side street that you saw?
Yes.
And when you got to that side street, what did you do?
I turned right and drove down the street a little ways and made a U-turn and came back and parked on the opposite side of Mr. Simpson's house, almost parallel to the gate with my front window.
Almost parallel to the Ashford gate?
Almost, yeah.
Okay. Can you, well, there happens to be a car parked on the north curb of Ashford in this photograph. Do you see it?
Yes.
Where in relation to where that car is in that photograph did you park?
Same spot.
Okay. Could we please mark that as well? Why don't we circle that car? No, no, no.
Yeah.
No. Not there. Why, direct the arrow, Mr. Park.
To the black Jeep over in the corner, it looks like. Down. There you go.
Okay, can we circle that? There we go. Thanks, John. Can this be marked as People 63E?
So marked.
Thank you. All right, you parked that stretch limo there,
Yes.
and then what did you do?
I got out of the car and walked towards the back and had a cigarette. And when I was done, I got back in the car and listened to the radio a little bit.
Hold on. Mrs. Robertson.
Okay. What time was it when you parked on Ashford?
When I parked on Ashford?
Yes.
It was 10:25.
Right. And was it, what direction was the stretch limo parked in?
It would have been facing west.
Would it have been facing Rockingham,
Yes.
the street, Rockingham?
Yes.
If you wouldn't mind, sir, would you step down, please?
And Ms. Clark, which board is this?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, it's People 66. Would you mind using the pointer, if you would? There's one right by you over there on the witness stand. Use the bigger one if you want. And please show us the route that you took. When you first arrived at the location in Brentwood and you drove up Rockingham, will you please show the jury the direction that you drove and how you arrived at the parked location you've indicated to us on People 63E?
Okay, I came up Rockingham, saw the address right about here. Was going a little bit quick.
Okay, wait a minute. For the record, the witness saw the address right about here. That would be just above the upper black line defining the Rockingham driveway.
I then proceeded up to Ashford, made a right on Ashford, was looking for a good place to turn around at, which would have been down around here. There was another driveway.
For the record, the witness gestured to an area off the board, which would be a continuation of Ashford Street.
Made my U-turn, came back down, and parked just about here.
And for the record, the witness, when he said park just about here, indicates a location that's slightly to the west of the Ashford gate of Mr. Simpson's residence.
On the north side of the street.
Yes.
I'll tell you what, we're going to have you trace it on the Elmo as well.
Yeah.
Go ahead, take a seat.
One, please. Any longer, please.
Mr. Park, I'm going to ask you, I'm going to take the board down now, and I'm going to ask you to direct the arrow to trace the road that you've just done for us. Back now. Why don't you direct the cross to trace that route so we can preserve this, starting at the bottom? Tell it.
Okay. I followed Rockingham straight up. Saw the address on the north side of the curb there.
Okay, can we mark that location? Direct the cross to the location where you saw the address.
It should be the northeast.
Direct the arrow.
Right there.
Can we put an X? No. Well, no, that's fine. Okay. Continue.
I continued up all the way to Ashford. Made a right-hand turn. Went down the street. Past the driveway. It would have been off the screen, but I made a U-turn just past that. A little farther down, just past the driveway, I parked on the north side of the street, right about there.
All right. We can put the arrow going. Which way was your car facing?
The other way, it was facing west.
All right. About there?
Yes.
All right. We could mark this as people 66B.
All right, 66B.
Thank you, Adam. All right, and when you got to the location where the arrow has stopped on Ashford Street, sir, what time was it?
It was 10:25.
And how do you know that?
I looked at my watch, and there's also a clock on the radio.
In the car?
Yes.
And was the clock in the car the same time as your watch?
Yes, give or take a minute or so.
All right, and what happened next after you parked? What did you do?
I got outside. I walked towards the back of the car. Had a cigarette. Got back inside the car, listened to the radio for a few minutes, and then just at about 10:39, I proceeded to drive up to the driveway.
So you smoked a cigarette, listened to the radio, and then got back inside?
Yes.
After you got back inside, did you look at the clock again?
Yes, I did. I wanted to make sure that I was right on my 10 minutes early.
Okay. And you got back into the car at what time?
It was around 10:39.
10:39?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
From looking at the clocks.
What did you do next?
I started the car and drove back onto Rockingham, made a left, and drove up to the Rockingham gate with my driver's side window looking down the Rockingham driveway. It just didn't look too easy to get into, so I backed straight back up and made a left onto back onto Ashford and pulled up to the Ashford gate.
All right, I'm going to back up for a second and show you some photographs.
People 63.
All right, you indicated that you drove down Ashford, and which way did you turn on Rockingham?
I made a left
And for what purpose did you do that?
to go back to the Rockingham gate.
Why did you want to go back to the Rockingham gate?
I don't know.
Why did you want to look in the Rockingham gate?
Because I wanted to drive into it.
Now, was the Rockingham gate open or closed?
It was closed.
So, showing this photograph, sir, you indicated earlier that you were in the position of that dark-colored Jeep on the north side of Ashford.
Yes.
Which way you turned on? Did you turn on Rockingham?
Left.
Okay. This next photograph has been shown to council, be People's 146.
All right, People's 146.
And what street is depicted in this photograph, sir?
Oh, that looks like Rockingham?
Okay. And is that the location you drove down to get to the Rockingham gate?
Yes.
People 62A.
And what location is shown there?
The Rockingham gate.
Is next in order for this following photograph, Your Honor, People's 147 has been shown to council.
147.
And what location is shown in this photograph, sir?
That is also the Rockingham gate.
Now, was that gate open or closed when you saw it?
It was closed.
When you looked into were you able to look through the gate, through the bars?
Yes.
When you pulled up to that location, sir, you were driving that stretch limo, correct?
Yes.
You pulled so that you could look into the gate, you had the side window. Is that right?
Yes.
Were you able to see out the side window?
Yes, it was.
Where, with respect to the gate, did you pull to locate your side window close to the gate?
I was out in the street. Mm-hmm. I never pulled up to the gate at all.
In other words, you did not pull face into the gate?
No, I didn't.
How did you pull up? What position did you pull up to next to the gate?
Would have been my driver's side window. I had to look out the left to look down the driveway.
Okay, and as you pulled down Rockingham, this time going southbound on Rockingham, and looked into the Rockingham gate, did you see any car, white Bronco, parked to the left of the gate as you faced it?
No, I didn't.
And was that location in your field of view at the time you looked into the Rockingham gate?
Yes.
What were you trying to do when you looked through, what were you trying to determine when you looked through the Rockingham gate to your left?
I was just looking at the driveway and seeing how easy it would have been to pull into the driveway and if I can exit out onto Ashford. Just the way the cars were parked and where the garage was, it didn't look, very easy to make that turn.
Okay.
So I decided to back up.
So did you make a U-turn or did you back up?
No, I backed straight up.
You put it in reverse.
Yes.
And when you put it in reverse, did you have to look behind you?
Of course, yes.
Okay. And do you remember what shoulder you looked over to do that?
I would have looked over my right.
Okay. When you looked over your right shoulder, did you see anything behind you?
No.
And you backed up to where?
I backed up to the Ashford Street.
Okay. And where did you go then?
Made another left onto Ashford and pulled up to the front gate.
Okay. Let's go back to 66 on the memo. Let's do the photos. People 63, Your Honor. And again, sir, you indicated earlier that the Ashford Street intersects with Rockingham.
Yes, it does.
And does this show the Ashford Street that you pulled onto?
Yes.
And which way did you turn on Ashford?
Left.
I'm sorry, when you came back up Rockingham, you turned left onto Ashford, is that correct? Is that what you said?
When I backed straight back up? Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah, okay. Did you back all the way up Rockingham past Ashford?
Yeah. Yes.
And you made a left onto Ashford, was that what you said?
Yes.
Then what'd you do?
I pulled up to the Ashford gate with my bumper just about touching the gate, and turned off my lights. I only had my parking lights on.
Okay.
64.
People 64? Do you recognize the location shown there, sir?
Yes, I do.
All right. And what position did you pull up to with respect to the gate shown in this photograph?
With my car facing in forward towards the house, with the front bumper almost touching that gate.
Okay. Is that the Ashford gate that we see in this photograph?
Yes, it is.
When you pulled up to the Ashford gate, sir, did you notice whether there were any cars near this gate?
Yes, there was one.
And what car did you notice?
It was, from what I can remember, a black 300ZX.
A black 300ZX?
Yes.
Do you see any car in this photograph that appears to match the car you've just described as having seen on the night of June the 12th near the Ashford gate?
Yes, that resembles the one I saw.
Okay, why don't you direct the arrow to circle that car?
Just behind the person there, right there.
Is that it?
Yes.
And can you tell us whether it was in that position on the night you saw it of June the 12th?
Yes.
Now, can you direct the arrow, please, to show us the location where you were parked and tell the arrow which direction it should face to indicate the front of your limo?
The arrow should be pointing upwards, just like that, with my front bumper just touching the gate. Down a little lower. There you go.
Okay. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. People's 64B, Your Honor.
64B.
Thank you. Let's go back to 60.
One, please. Name on it.
All right. Would you please trace the route you just described to us, sir? After you parked on Ashford, you indicated you got back in the car and drove again. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you indicated it was what time when you did that?
When I got back in the car,
When you began to drive again to look at the Rockingham Gate?
that was around 10:39.
Okay. Please direct the pointer, the cross.
Go back out onto Rockingham. Make a left. All the way to the driveway. I stopped there.
All right. Can you indicate to us where your side window was with respect to the Rockingham Gate?
It was just parallel with it, looking straight down the driveway.
Okay. And what time was it, sir, when you got to strike that? When you looked to your left to look up the Rockingham Gate, were you looking very carefully in that direction, sir?
Yes, I was.
And did you see any white Bronco parked to your left north of the Rockingham Gate?
No, I didn't.
I'm sorry, you did not see any
No.
Bronco parked to the north of the Rockingham Gate?
No, I didn't.
Then what did you do?
That's when I backed straight back up, those same traces. And
Okay, why don't we put a 1 on that white line? All right. And now in a different color, maybe green. Okay, why don't you direct us how you went in reverse?
straight back. Just a little bit past Ashford. And then made a left. Went back forward.
Okay.
Made a left.
And could you please direct it to show where you parked?
Keep going. Made a right. All the way up to the front gate.
Okay. Could we put an arrow on the end
Just
of that
there.
indicating your the direction you were facing? Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And let's put an arrow on the white line indicating the direction you took. Would that be the front of your car, sir?
Where the green is?
No, where the white arrow is? When you got to the Rockingham Gate?
Yes.
Okay. And if we could put a 2 on the green line? Why not put it up there by Ashford? Okay, good. Thanks, John.
Clark, you want to mark
Thank
this
you. Yes.
exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor, I do. People 66, C. C.
Thank you.
When you pulled up to the Ashford Gate, sir, the location shown by the green arrow, can you tell us what time it was?
That was at 10:40.
And how do you know that?
Because I looked at the clocks again.
I'm sorry?
I looked at my watch and the clock again.
And the clock?
Yeah,
You looked at your clock and your watch a lot that night.
a lot.
Why is that?
Because when you're a limo driver, you're set pretty much on schedules. So you're looking to see if you're on time, how long you have to get to the airport, things like that.
Now, you indicated, I think, that you turned off your headlights and you left only your parking lights on?
Yes.
All right. At 10:40? What
Yes.
happened next?
That is when I got out of the car, and there was an intercom at the gate, and I was using that intercom to buzz the house, and I buzzed it, and there was no answer. I proceeded to buzz it a few more times. There was still no answer. So that's when I decided to get back in the car and call my boss's voicemail.
Okay. Was it something you pressed, a button you pressed?
I think it was a button, yes.
Okay. And when you pressed that button, could you hear a sound?
Yeah, it made a ringing or a buzzing noise.
Do you remember whether it was ringing or buzzing?
No.
Okay. But it was a sound.
Yes.
How many times did you press the button at 10:40?
It was a good 2 or 3, 4 times.
And did you get any answer?
No, I didn't.
So after you pressed the buzzer 2 or 3 or 4 times and got no answer, what happened next?
That's when I stepped back into the car and used the cell phone to call my boss's voicemail.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right. Now, you indicated to us earlier, sir, that that there was a phone in that limousine,
Yes, there was.
and you just indicated now that you used that phone.
Yes.
And who did you call?
I called my, I was trying to get a hold of my boss, Dale St. John, which it ended up being his voicemail. It's his business line.
I'm going to show you phone records, sir. Your Honor, I have here a photocopy of a phone bill. I'll be marking
People next door is
people's
148.
148. Thank you. I'll be marking a different copy of this same for actual admission at some point.
All right.
But for now, I'll just use this Xerox. That's all right. Sir, I'm directing your attention to this document in front of you, and I'm going to be asking you a few questions about it. Do you see here an entry for June the 12th, 94, the time 22:05:36?
Yes, I do.
First of all, are you familiar with military versus regular time?
Yes.
Okay. And 22:05:36, would that be 10:05 and 36 seconds p.m.?
Yeah. Yes, it would.
All right. Does that show a phone call placed to and from a given number here?
Yes, it does.
Okay, the number stated here for this first call at 10:05 on this bill, do you recognize that number?
Do I? Well, I don't recognize it now.
Okay.
I know what it is, but
What is it?
it's the phone number to the limousine.
Okay. The phone that you had in your car?
Yes.
All right. And does that reflect a call that came into you at 10:05?
Yes.
Who would that be from?
That would be from Dale St. John.
Your boss?
Yes.
Okay, do you see then a call at 10:44 on June the 12th?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize the phone number to which the call was placed?
Yes, I do.
Whose phone number is that?
That is Dale St. John's business line.
Okay. And when you say business line, you earlier indicated to us that you placed a phone call to his pager.
Yes.
Is that the same as his business line?
Yes, it is.
Now directing your attention. Okay. All right, after you placed the call to Dale St. John's pager, what did you do next?
I made the call, and I left the number that to call me back, and after that I got back out of the car and proceeded to ring the intercom a few more times.
Let me ask you something, Mr. Park. When you said you left a number for him to call you back, what number did you leave? The number to what?
Actually, I think I left like 911, because I never knew the phone number to the limousine. I never knew what the number to the limousine phone was, so I couldn't leave him a number I didn't know. So I just left him 911, figuring he'd figure that out. And I was in in some kind of trouble.
And what kind of trouble were you in that you left the 911?
That nobody was answering. I didn't think anyone was home, so I wanted to figure out what his instructions were from there to figure out what to do.
All right, and that was at 10:43, was it, p.m.?
Yes, it was.
Would this be a good point? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the morning session. Please remember all my admin on the record in the Simpson matter. All parties are again present. Counsel, anything we need to take up before we resume with Mr. Park? All right, let's have the jurors, please. We've all been joined by all the members of our jury panel. Mr. Park, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right, good afternoon, Mr. Park.
Good afternoon.
You're reminded, sir, you are still under oath. And Ms. Clark, you may continue with your direct examination.
Mr. Park, I notice you are not wearing glasses at this moment. Are you wearing contacts?
No, I'm not.
On the night of June the 12th, sir, when you picked up Mr. Simpson to take him to the airport, were you wearing glasses?
No, I wasn't.
Were you wearing contacts?
No, I wasn't.
Do you ever wear glasses?
Sometimes.
For what purpose?
A lot of times driving at night, just seeing freeway signs from a very far distance.
So what do you need glasses for?
What do I need them for?
Yes, when do you need them?
For seeing very far distances.
And for seeing what at a distance? For seeing objects?
No, just for reading street signs and stuff like that. Objects, I'm fine, anything like that. It's just little street signs, you know, signs are pretty small.
As you were driving down Sunset westbound towards Rockingham, were you able to see the street sign of Rockingham?
Yes, I was.
Now, you indicated to us, sir, that when you turned right onto Rockingham, and when you first arrived at the location, you were looking at the curbs.
Yes.
And what was that for the purpose of?
Looking at the addresses.
Okay. Had anybody ever, at the grand jury or the preliminary hearing, ever asked you how you located the address of Mr. Simpson's residence?
No, they didn't.
And you have testified, sir, before the grand jury and at the preliminary hearing in this matter?
Yes.
And you also gave an interview to Mr. Shapiro on June the 14th, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And on any of those occasions, did anyone ask you how you located the defendant's residence?
No, they didn't.
And how was it that it came to your attention that you located his residence by looking at the addresses on the curb of Rockingham?
Who pointed that out to me?
How did it come to your attention that that's how you located his address?
With a discussion with my mom.
And when you became aware of the fact that you'd been looking at the curbs for the addresses to locate Mr. Simpson's residence, and that's how you located his address, why was that significant to you?
Because I didn't know. I was looking for his house, so I was looking at addresses along the curb to find out which one his house was. And that was the only spot there was an address. I saw him all the way down the street. So
you recalled that you saw that address?
yes.
And you were looking at that curb?
Yes.
People's Exhibit number 62A. Two, please, put it down.
And when you looked at the curb and saw the address on that night as you drove up Rockingham, you indicated before that you saw no white Bronco?
No, we approach this leading, this is foundational.
It is foundational. He's already so testified.
All right. Overruled at this point. We're back to the point of coming up Rockingham, correct?
Right.
All right, proceed. Thank you, counsel.
Mm. When you looked at the curb and you saw the address on that night, as you drove up Rockingham, you indicated before that you did not see the white Bronco there. You were- You want it? You can answer.
No.
Did you see any cars parked along the curb to the north of the Rockingham gate?
North of it, no.
And then you indicated at some point that you were parked on Ashford,
Yes.
People's Exhibit number 63.
and that you at some point parked facing in towards the Ashford gate.
We've covered all this.
And this is foundational to another question.
All right, overruled at this point.
Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Did you notice any car other than the 300ZX that you mentioned?
Not that I remember, no.
That is near the Ashford gate?
Yes. Not that I remember, no.
Okay. Do you recall? Showing you people 64, sir. When you were, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's the Ashford Gate.
Now, did you know?
I agree. He has identified this already. Proceed.
Did you notice any white Ford Bronco parked to either side of that Ashford gate?
No, I didn't.
All right. Now, you indicated when we broke for lunch that you had pressed the buzzer a few times and received no answer. When you were pressing the buzzer, sir, can you indicate on this photograph what position you were in?
Referring to people 64.
Yes, Your Honor.
I was standing facing the intercom, which would be facing a southeast direction.
Okay. Can you put the arrow where your position would have been, where you would be facing? Could this be marked People 64B? 64C, Your Honor.
64C.
So what object would you be facing when you're pressing the button?
That seems to be that big beam, the big cement beam,
Okay.
from what I
That-
remember.
Pardon?
From what I remember, facing that direction.
At the time that you were ringing the bell, sir, can you tell us whether you could see any lights on in the house?
There was one light on upstairs.
Could you see any lights on downstairs?
No, I couldn't.
Did it appear to be dark downstairs?
Yes.
Sustained.
How
Answer
did it
stricken,
appear?
but phrase the question.
How did it appear downstairs in the house?
It appeared to be no lights on.
Need to get the phone records. I'll show you what's been marked previously as People's 148. All right, you indicated before we broke that you called your boss's pager, and that was at about 10:43.
Yes.
And after you called your boss's pager, what did you do?
Well, after I paged him, like I said, I got back out of the car and continued to buzz the intercom a couple more times. Still, there was no answer. So that's when I got back into the car and placed another phone call.
Okay, so after you buzzed a couple more times, got no answer, when you got into the car, did you?
But she's restating his testimony.
Sustained.
Just that question, sorry.
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sustained.
I'd like to approach.
Sustained.
Did you call your boss again when you got back in the car?
Not him, no.
Who did you call?
I called my mom
Why?
to get a phone number from her
And why'd you do that?
because I wasn't sure if the page went through. So I wanted to try his home phone because sometimes he doesn't answer his business phone after a certain time.
And what phone number were you trying to get from your mother?
His home phone number.
Your boss's home phone number?
Yes.
And look at the bill in front of you, if you would, sir. Direct your attention to the next call in time, placed at 10:46 and 30 seconds. Do you recognize the phone number shown here?
Yes, I do.
And whose phone number is that?
That is my father's, which my mom was at.
Which is where your mom was?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you reach your mother when you dialed that phone number?
Yes, I did.
And you had a conversation with her, did you?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall exactly how long that phone call lasted when you spoke to her?
Exactly how long? No.
About how long do you think it lasted?
2-3 minutes.
Would it refresh your recollection as to the precise amount of time if you were to look at the phone bill indicating the duration of the call?
Yes.
I'm pointing out to the witness the phone call he has just described on the bill. And it indicates under duration 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Does that refresh your recollection, sir?
Yes, it does.
And is that about how long that phone call was?
Yes.
Now, did you get some information from your mother?
Yes, I did. She got the phone number for me.
Okay. And after she got the phone number for you, what did you do?
At that time, I don't remember if I got out and buzzed one more time or not, but I know it was just a few seconds after that I called his house.
When you say his house, who's that?
Dale St. John, my boss.
And is there a phone call indicated on that particular phone bill in front of you, People's 148, that reflects a call made to your boss?
Yes.
And is that the call placed? First of all, you locate the phone number, sir,
Yeah.
and you recognize that phone number as your boss's home phone?
Yes, I do.
And was that call placed at 10:49:07?
Yes.
Okay, when you called him at 10:49:07, was Dale St. John at home?
No, he wasn't.
Did you get any answer?
No.
Did you get an answering machine or anything?
Nothing.
No answer at all.
No.
After you called your boss at home and got no answer, what did you do next?
I stepped back out of the car and proceeded to ring the buzzer some more times. Still got no answer.
Okay. How many more times did you ring the buzzer at that point, sir?
I don't know, 2 or 3.
2 or 3 times?
Yeah.
All right. When you rang the buzzer again a couple more times and got no answer, what happened next?
The next thing I remembered was hearing the car phone ring inside the car, and got back in and picked up the phone. It was Dale St. John.
Now, do you see on the phone bill in front of you, sir, a call at 10:52 and 17 seconds?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you indicated before you don't know the phone number of what your limo was.
No, never called it.
Okay. But you surmised earlier that that was the number indicated at this phone call at 10:52:17?
Yes.
And at 10:52 and 17 seconds in the evening, sir, did you speak to your boss on the car phone in the stretch limo?
Yes, I did.
When you got out to ring the buzzer just before you got that call, was your driver's door open or closed?
It was open.
And on the 2 previous occasions when you indicated that you got out of the limo to ring the bell, was the driver's door open or closed?
It was open. I left it open.
When you sat down at 10:52 and 17 seconds to speak to your boss, Dale St. John, did you leave the driver's door open or closed?
From what I remember, open.
As you sat in the car, were you seated, which way were you facing?
I was facing, looking down the driveway towards the house.
So were you facing in through the gate?
Yes.
And as you spoke to Dale St. John on the telephone, were you looking at the driveway area?
Most of the time, yeah. I might have looked at the dashboard or something here or there.
Can you tell us what the lighting was like in the driveway area that you were able to see?
The lighting, it wasn't that bright. It didn't offer much light at all. I remember a light in the entranceway by the front door, and from what I remember, I think there was a light above the garage that didn't offer much light.
I'm going to show you a diagram that you previously looked at, People 66. I'm going to ask you to indicate for us on this diagram. You can step down, take a pointer. From where you were seated, sir, at the Ashford Gate, what part of the driveway leading out to Rockingham were you able to see, if any?
It was about 2 years ago. Just around here. I couldn't see beyond this at all.
For the record, the witness is pointing to, if you drew a diagonal line from the northwest corner of the garage across the driveway, he couldn't see past or down the rock. He could not see south of that point. We're going to do it on the Elmo in a minute. And what was the lighting like for the balance of the driveway that you could see?
It wasn't very bright at all. There was some lighting, but it was, it wasn't very bright light. Like I said, there was the brightest light came from this area.
From the entrance area?
Mm-hmm.
And for the record, the witness was indicating the entrance area when he said this area.
I also got an uh-huh as an answer.
I'm sorry?
I said I also got an uh-huh as an answer.
Uh-huh. From the witness?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Is that what you're doing? Yes? Okay. You can take the witness answer.
One, please.
All right, Ms. Clark, do we need the phone record? Okay.
All right. Mr. Park, if you would, direct the pointer again to indicate what part of the driveway, that boundary line that you indicated to us before, after which you couldn't see anything, indicate to us on this. Have the pointer draw the line to indicate what was the point at which your visibility ended.
It would have been down, like you said, at the northwest corner of the garage. And if you go in a diagonal line across to the lawn area.
No, I don't believe
Yeah.
it's not what he...
This one,
No.
objection.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Erase that, please.
Same spot where you started. But the line would have been more diagonal. It would have curved more towards the lawn. It wasn't straight across.
Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Should it keep going like that?
Yeah. Just about to there.
All right. And you indicated that there was some light where? Could you direct?
Where the word entrance is of the house.
Yeah, and where in relationship to the word entrance?
Just about. It's hard to do when you're not doing it yourself here. Just about that square patio area would
Tell
be
it, tell it what direction to go.
that whole square patio would be from each corner to corner would be a circle area, I would say.
A circle within that square?
Yes.
Okay. All right, is that correct, sir?
Yes.
All right. People's. People 66D, Your Honor.
66B.
All right, now, as you were seated in the limousine speaking to your boss, did you say something to your boss?
Yeah, I told him that I thought nobody was home.
And then what happened? Did he respond to you?
Yes.
Did he tell you to do something?
Well, he asked me to.
Okay, what'd your boss tell you?
Well, first he told me, he said OJ's usually running a little late, so hang out until about 11:15. If he's not there by then, go ahead and come on home. He also asked if, because I told him there was no lights on downstairs, he asked me to look at a pantry area, what he called a pantry area, where there was what resembled some sunroofs or skylighting towards the garage area. And he asked me if there was any lights on in there.
Okay.
He said he usually watches TV in there.
Now, can you locate the area that he was directing you to look at on this diagram?
Just straight down from the circle, right in that area on the roof. I'm pretty sure. It's hard to tell with this kind of a drawing.
You think that was the area you...
It would have been somewhere around there.
All right. And did you do what he asked you to do? Did you look?
Yes.
And did you see any lights on in that area?
No, I didn't.
And did you tell him so?
Yes, I did.
Now, you see the area designated as play yard?
Yes.
That area, were you able to see it? How is it lit?
It's very dark.
At some point during your phone conversation with Dale St. John, did something attract your attention?
Yes. A white male walked from behind the house area on a pathway, and he had a flashlight in his hand, and he stopped before he got to the driveway.
Okay.
So I told Dale that, somebody's home.
All right. Now, at that particular point in time, had you already looked at the house, at the area that you were directed to look at by Dale St. John to see if there were any lights?
Yes.
And after you saw that there were no lights, was it after that point that you saw this white male?
Yes, it was.
And that person that you're describing, have you since learned what his name is?
Yes.
And what is his name?
Cato.
Can you show us on the diagram, direct the pointer to where you saw him on the side yard?
Right there where the arrow was, where the path comes out from behind the house. He came out to just about the driveway, right there.
Was he on the driveway or was he on the grass?
No, he was off a couple feet.
Okay, tell the pointer where to go.
Just right there.
Okay, was he on the grass or on the path?
I couldn't see.
You couldn't tell?
No.
So is that the general location where he was?
Yes.
Could you tell what kind of flashlight he had?
At that time, no.
Okay. What was he doing when you saw him?
He was just standing there, from what I observed.
Could you tell where he was looking or what he was doing?
He looked at me, and then he started to look, in the area of the Rockingham driveway.
Now, when he was looking at you, where were you?
I was inside the car on the phone.
Talking to your boss?
Yes.
How long? Now, at the same time that you saw Cato Kalin in the side yard, did you see anything else?
Yes, I saw a figure come down. Well, not come down, but I saw a figure come into the entranceway of the house, just about where the driveway starts.
Can you show us on this diagram where you first saw that person?
Just if you go where the circle is, you go straight back. No, the other way. A little bit farther. It was about there. Around that area.
Okay. Roughly that area?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you describe the person that you saw? Was that the first point at which you saw the person?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe what he looked like, what that person looked like?
That's the form of that question you asked.
6 foot, 200 pounds.
6 foot, 200 pounds?
All dark clothing.
And could you tell anything else about this person?
No.
Could you tell whether the person was Caucasian or African American?
Black.
And how, in relationship to when you saw Cato Kalin, when did you first see this person?
It was almost simultaneously. It was seconds after I saw him.
And this 6 foot, 200 pound African American person in all dark clothing, was he moving? Was this person moving quickly or slowly?
Not quickly, not slowly. A good pace walk, it seemed to be.
And moving in what direction, sir?
Into the house, or towards the house.
Did you form an opinion as to whether this was a male or female?
No.
And when you saw that person, did that person walk into the entrance?
Yes.
After that person walked into the entrance, what did you do?
I then proceeded to, I was still talking to Dale at the same time. I said, somebody's here. He said, fine, finish the job, take him to the airport, and I'll see you tomorrow or whatever. I hung up the phone, and I still waited it was about another 30 seconds or so before I got out of the car. But before that, I was still waiting for somebody to open the gate. I figured somebody was going to come open the gate for me.
Okay.
They still didn't.
How long after you saw the 6 foot, 200 pound person in all dark clothing go into the house did you continue to talk to Dale St. John?
Oh, it was just anywhere between 10 to 30 seconds. It wasn't very long.
Okay. So on the phone bill in front of you, sir, on that last call where it indicates 10:52 and 17 seconds, does it indicate how long the phone call was for, the duration of the call?
Yes, 2 minutes and 55 seconds.
Okay, and does that comport with your memory of the length of the phone call?
Yes.
So you would have hung up with him at 10:55 and 12 seconds?
Yes.
And it was within the last 10 to 30 seconds of that call at 10:50, of ending that call at 10:55, that you saw this 6 foot, 200 pound person go into the entrance?
Yes.
After you hung up with Dale St. John, you said you sat for another 30 seconds or so?
Yes, I did.
Why was that?
This is leading to suggest that we covered this.
That was foundational, Your Honor.
Sustained.
After you You indicated that you sat for another 30 seconds. Why did you sit for another 30 seconds in your car after you hung up?
Because I was waiting for the gate to be open. I figured somebody's home, they saw me, they're going to let me in.
And did Cato Kalin come over to let you in?
No, he didn't.
And did the 6', 200-pound person dressed in all dark clothing come to let you in?
No.
And after 30 seconds, what did you do?
That's when I got back up and out of the car and rang the intercom. This time there was an answer, which was Mr. Simpson. He told me that he overslept and he just got out of the shower and he'd be down in a minute.
Okay. How many times did you have to ring the buzzer this time before it was answered?
Director, formal question. How many times did you have to bring the bus down?
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Can you repeat it?
How many times did you have to ring the buzzer this time before it was answered?
Oh, it was just, he answered it pretty much immediately.
As soon as you rang?
Yes.
And when he said to you, and when you heard the voice say to you, sorry, I overslept, did you recognize that voice?
Yes, I did.
Overruled. That question has
Yes.
not been answered.
And whose
Overruled.
voice was it?
Mr. Simpson's.
And what did you say he said to you?
That he
Overruled.
he overslept, he just got out of the shower, and he'd be down in a minute.
Now, had you ever heard Mr. Simpson's voice before?
Yes.
How did you hear it before?
On TV, commentary, sports.
Is that how you recognized it?
Yes.
Could you tell, when you saw that 6', 200-pound person walk into the entrance, could you tell whether that person was coming from the Rockingham driveway or from the area of the garage, from the south pathway?
No, I couldn't.
Could you tell whether that person had anything in their hands?
No.
When that person walked into the entrance of the house, did you notice whether there was any change in the lighting in the house?
Some lights came on downstairs, yes.
And was that immediately after the person entered the house?
Sustained.
How long after that person entered the house, the front entrance, did the lights go on downstairs?
Just seconds.
Could you tell which lights went on?
No, I just saw, from the windows and the curtains they illuminated. I couldn't tell you where the lights came from. No.
After that 6', 200-pound person went into the house, did you happen to notice where Mr. Kalin was?
From what I remember, he was still standing on the sidewalk.
Did he acknowledge you in any way after that person went into the house?
From what I remember, he kind of gave me a hand gesture, letting me know he's there.
And that was after the 6' person went into the house?
I'm pretty sure, yes.
That person that you saw go into the house, did he look like someone you recognize?
No.
Did he look like Mr. Simpson?
Formal question, but ask again.
Overruled.
I couldn't tell who it was.
Did it appear to be the same size as Mr. Simpson?
Yes.
Same height and weight?
That's the answer.
Overruled.
Around there.
Was Mr. Kalin ever on the driveway at the same time as the 6-foot, 200-pound person that went into the house?
Not that I remember, no.
After you spoke to Mr. Simpson on, we'll strike that. How long after you saw the 6-foot, 200-pound person go into the house did you speak to Mr. Simpson on the intercom?
I think it's an ask and answer.
Sustain. I'm sorry, I'm going to overrule that. You can answer the question.
It had to
Different question on lights.
have been anywhere between 30 seconds to a minute.
And after you spoke to Mr. Simpson on the intercom, what happened next?
I got back into the car and waited another 20, 30 seconds and before Mr. Kalin came over and opened the gate.
Okay, did you, after you spoke to Mr. Simpson, you got back in the car?
Yes, I did.
And how long after that did Mr. Kalin come over to the gate?
20 or 30 seconds.
And did he open the gate for you?
From what I remember, yes.
And when we're indicating Mr. Simpson, sir, is that somebody you see in court today?
Yes, it is.
Can you please point him out?
He's over here by Mr. Shapiro.
Is that good enough?
Good enough.
Thank you. Okay. Could I ask the court to ask the defendant to stand for a moment, please? You seen the defendant, Mr. Park?
Yes.
Can you tell us if that appears to be the size of the person that you saw enter the front entrance of the house at Rockingham?
That's the answer.
Overruled. Overruled.
Yes, around the size.
All right, did you, while you were speaking to Mr. Simpson, were you paying attention to what Mr. Kalin was doing?
While I was on the intercom with him?
Right.
No.
So did you see what movements Mr. Kalin made or where he went or what he did while you were speaking to the defendant?
No, I didn't.
Did you pull into the driveway after Mr. Kalin opened the gate?
Yes, I did.
And what happened next?
I drove in, pulled the car into the driveway with my driver's window parallel with his front door, popped the trunk and got out of the car.
Okay. And what happened next?
At that time, Mr. Kalin came over to me and said a few things like, is Mr. Simpson running late, or
You say it.
Sustain.
He asked you a question?
I couldn't remember if it was a question or not. I don't.
Hold on. Next question.
Do you remember if he asked you a question?
Yeah, he asked me if I felt an earthquake.
Oh, all right. Sustain.
Track after yes.
Sustain
Right.
what?
It's hearsay. And Mr. Park, let me ask you just to listen carefully to the question, answer only the question that's being asked of you. All right, thank you, sir. Ms. Clark.
Can you tell us, sir, when you first pulled up into the driveway, where did you park?
I parked with my driver's side window parallel with the front door of the residence.
Did you notice the front door area when you did that?
Yes.
And what did you see?
The front door was open, and there were a couple of bags on the porch.
Do you remember what kind of bags were on the porch?
Black duffel bags.
Can you show us with your hands how big they were?
About this size.
For the record,
36 inches.
Yeah.
for the record, the witness has held up his hands, what appears to be 36 inches in length. And how high?
1.5 feet, 2 feet.
And the witness so gestured with his hands, it appears. How far open was the front door when you first pulled up to the entrance?
That I don't remember.
And the duffel bags that you saw, could you tell whether they were zipped or unzipped?
One was unzipped.
At that point, was the defendant outside with you when you first pulled up?
No, he wasn't.
After you popped the trunk, did you get out of the car?
Yes, I did.
And did you have a conversation with Mr. Kalin about an earthquake?
Yes, he asked me if I felt one.
Yes, we'll track out, yes.
I'd like to approach, Your Honor.
All right. With counsel and the court report, please.
I withdraw the objection.
All right, thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
Ms. Clark. I think we were discussing Mr. Kalin.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, when you first pulled into the driveway and got out of the car, did you have a conversation with Mr. Kalin?
Yes.
And did he ask you a question?
Yes, he did.
What did he ask you?
He asked me if I felt an earthquake.
Did you feel one?
No, I didn't.
Did you have some further conversation with him about that subject?
Yes, I did.
How did he appear to you, his demeanor, when he was discussing that subject of the earthquake?
Like I said before, I've never met this guy, so he seemed normal to me.
Was he excited, calm, nonchalant, hyper?
That's leading.
He says yes, we won't know which one was.
Right.
Leading is
I'm
complex.
I'm asking to pick one, so I won't be leading. One of the above.
No,
None
I
of
don't
the
think it
above.
worked quite that way. Try again.
If anything, he seemed concerned.
Concerned?
Yeah.
All right. And what happened after you had that conversation? Did he then ask you for something?
Not at that point, no.
All right. What happened next?
He asked me where I drove up from.
Okay.
He referred to something about, is OJ running late or something like in that sense. That was about it.
Okay. And then what happened?
I was still waiting for the defendant to come out. Mr. Kalin walked to the corner of the garage.
Is that an area you can show us on the diagram that's in marked as People 66E? Okay, this one will be marked E, 66E, Your Honor.
All right.
Can you please direct the pointer?
Yes, it would be the opposite side of where the white line's drawn. down a little farther to that corner, right around there. A little farther out onto the driveway, though.
Okay.
No, back down, back there. There you go. Right there.
All right. Could we do a KK there? Or just one? That's fine. Okay, and what did he do when he got to that corner of the garage?
At that point, he stopped, and I was over towards the front walkway by the entrance, and I was petting the dog.
What kind of dog was that?
I think it was a chow, from what I remember.
Color was it?
Black.
Did that dog bark at you at all?
No.
Friendly?
Yeah.
And while you were petting the dog, what was Mr. Kalin doing?
He started to call the dog. He was calling the dog over, but the dog was liking the attention, so he wasn't going anywhere.
Okay. So the dog stayed with you, did he?
Most of the time, yeah.
Okay. Then what happened?
I think he yelled at the dog a little louder, and it started to go over towards him, and I was just waiting. At that point, I didn't watch him if he walked around or not.
Okay. So you didn't, did you start to put the bags in the car, either in the trunk or in the passenger seat at any point then?
No, I didn't.
Why not?
Because I was waiting for Mr. Simpson to come down. I didn't even know if he wanted to take those bags.
Okay. What happened next?
At about that time, Mr. Simpson came out of the house.
All right. Can you remember what he was wearing when the defendant came out of the house?
When he came out of the house, he had some stonewashed jeans and a white collared shirt, and he had a black coat with him. I don't remember if he was wearing it or carrying it.
What happened next?
He carried down a what looked like a Gucci bag with him that folded in half. Seemed to be some type of garment bag. He came out and set that on the ground next to the bags, from what I remember. And from there, I picked it up and put that into the trunk. At that time, I seem to remember he walked over to the cars.
Let me back up for a minute. Can you tell us, sir, approximately how long it was between the time you saw the 6-foot, 200-pound person dressed in all dark clothing go into the house and the time you saw Mr. Simpson come out the front entrance?
It was somewhere around 5 and 6 minutes.
And when you had the conversation with Cato at the front entrance, sir, did you happen to notice whether he had anything in his hands?
Yeah, he had a flashlight.
Could you tell whether the beam was dim or strong?
It was pretty dim. It was a small light.
When Mr. Simpson did come out of the house, sir, did you have a conversation with him?
Did I?
Did you?
Not that I remember, no.
He didn't say anything to you?
Not that I remember.
And when the defendant came out, where was Cato?
He was out in the front with me on the driveway.
Okay, was he standing next to you or was he walking? Can you tell us?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I know he was out in the area. I don't know if he was standing right there.
Was he coming back from the garage area?
He might have been.
Okay.
I remember him saying, hi, Juice, or something like that.
What happened next?
At that time, I put the Gucci bag into the trunk, and from what I remember, Mr. Simpson walked over to the cars. What he was doing, grabbing, I don't know.
When you say over to the cars, what direction did you see him walk in?
Towards the Rockingham gate?
Could you see if he went out through the Rockingham gate or not?
No.
You just saw him walk in that direction?
Yes.
Did you happen, the garment bag that you're describing as a Gucci bag, the defendant did not put that in the car himself?
No, I did.
Oral.
Where did you see him do with it? When he brought it downstairs, what did he do with that garment bag?
From what I remember, he either set it down near the other bags or he handed it to me.
And after you put that bag in the trunk, where did the defendant go?
Towards the Rockingham gate, or in that area.
What happened next?
Well, we started putting bags into the car. He walked over and, from what I remember, grabbed the golf clubs.
Who did that?
Mr. Simpson, which
Did you see him carrying golf clubs with him? You saw Mr. Simpson with golf clubs?
well, I saw him hand them to Cato.
And where was that you saw him hand golf clubs to Cato?
Just towards the front of the limousine.
And was that after he had gone down in the direction of the Rockingham gate?
Yes.
And what did Cato do with the golf bag?
He put them in the trunk.
Then what happened?
After that, Mr. Simpson went into the house a few times. 2 or 3 times he was coming in and out.
Did you ever see him bring any more bags out?
Of the house?
Yes.
No.
Was the garment bag the only bag that he brought out?
From what I remember, yes.
And that was that the first time that he came out of the house that he brought that bag with him?
I think so.
First time here, that's big.
Oral.
Was that big?
Oral.
I can't remember if it was the first or the second.
Well, how many bags did the defendant bring out of the house with him?
Just one.
The garment bag?
Yes.
All right. After that point, how many times did you see him go in and out of the house?
2 or 3.
Okay. And did any more bags come out with him? Did he bring any more bags out with him on those occasions?
No.
Were you able to see what he was doing inside the house when he went back in?
No.
You indicated earlier that at some point you saw the defendant walk down in the direction of the Rockingham gate,
Yes.
after which you saw, I think you said you saw him come back with golf clubs. Is that right?
Let's sustain that objection. I think it misstates the evidence.
Oh.
Rephrase the question.
Okay. You said you saw the defendant go down towards the Rockingham gate at some point.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you see him after he went down towards the Rockingham gate?
Yes.
Okay. Did he have anything in his hands at that point?
The golf clubs.
Okay. And those were the golf clubs he gave to Cato?
Yes.
After that, did you see him go back after going in and out of the house a couple times, did you ever see him go back down to the Rockingham gate? Not to the gate, but in that direction?
Yes.
How many times?
After he got the golf clubs?
Yes.
Once or twice.
Did you see what, if anything, he brought back with him on either that once or twice that he went back in the direction of the Rockingham gate after he'd gotten the golf clubs?
Not that I remember, no.
Is it that you don't remember, or that he didn't have anything with him when he came back?
I don't remember.
All right, after Cato put the golf clubs into the trunk, did something ever occur with the duffel bag that you saw in the front entrance when you first pulled up?
Yes, as Mr. Simpson was walking by one of the times, I asked him where he'd like those bags, in the trunk or inside the car. He asked me to put them inside the car.
And did you do that, sir?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever resume your conversation with Cato about the noises, the earthquake?
Yes. He came back and asked me if I had a flashlight, which I went to the car to check. And as I was checking, I remember him saying that he thought we had an earthquake. He talked about a picture moving on his wall. That he heard some thumps, and that he wanted a flashlight so he can go check it out. And as we were talking about that, I think he was referring to the earthquake. Mr. Simpson overheard us, from what I remember, and he said, as a question, he said, "Oh, we had an earthquake?" As he was walking back into the house.
And then did he have a conversation with Mr. Kalin?
At that time, I don't remember.
Did he walk into the house after making that remark to you? Oh, we had an earthquake?
Who?
Mr. Simpson.
Yes.
And what did Cato Kalin do after Mr. Simpson walked into the house?
Oh, I told him I didn't have a flashlight, and from there on out, I don't remember where he went. I don't know if he went into the house or not at that time.
Did Mr. Simpson come back out of the house?
Yes.
What happened next?
Somewhere in there, one of those times, there was another bag on the driveway.
What kind of bag was that?
It was another, seemed to be small duffel bag.
Can you show with your hands how big that bag was?
From what I can remember, I saw it at a distance. So, from what I can remember, it was smaller than the other two. It was just, a 1.5 by a 1.5, or 1.5 by half a foot. It wasn't very big.
And could you tell what color it was?
It seemed to be dark.
Where did you see it? If you can locate the area on this diagram.
It was over here on the Rockingham driveway, a little farther towards the house. Keep going go up a little bit, right around there somewhere.
Could you put a B there? The bag. Is that about right, sir?
Yes.
All right.
And that marking is on people's...
66E?
Yes.
All right. And what drew your attention to that bag?
When I think it was when Mr. Simpson gave Cato the golf bags. I was kind of looking in that area. I saw it on the ground.
Okay. Now, what happened with that bag?
There was some time when Cato was asking me for a flashlight. We were standing around the car, and Mr. Simpson came back out.
Out of where?
I couldn't remember. He just came towards the car. We were towards the back of the trunk.
Okay. He came towards the car. Could you tell if he came from the Rockingham Gate location or from the house?
I don't remember.
Okay.
He came out, and Cato offered to go get the bag. And he said, no, that's okay. I'll get it.
Okay.
So he went and got the bag. And as he was getting the bag, I walked around the other side of the car towards the driver's side. And I don't remember if he put that inside the car or in the trunk. I don't remember that.
Okay. So after the defendant said that he would get it, did you see him walk over to the bag
Yes.
and get it?
Yes.
And did you see him come back with it?
Overruled. Overruled.
You can answer.
Yes. I didn't see him come back with it, but he came back towards the car. And like I said, I don't know if he put it inside or in the trunk.
When you say inside, you mean in the passenger area?
Yes.
When after he went and picked up the bag, after the defendant went and picked up the bag, at what point did you go around to the driver's side of your car? Where was the defendant when you did that?
When I walked around,
Yes.
he came back from where the bag was,
Okay.
towards the limousine.
So the defendant was on his way back from picking up the bag when you went to the driver's side?
Yeah, as I was walking around, he was coming back.
What happened next?
After that, he went back into the house, and Cato went back in with him. They were standing in the entrance area of the house. What they were saying, I don't know.
Was that inside the entrance area of the house?
Yes.
Did they appear to be having a conversation?
Yes.
At the time that the defendant came back from picking up that bag on the driveway area, can you tell us whether the car doors were open or closed?
I'm going to say stay.
Overruled.
You can answer.
From what I can remember, both back doors were open, and my driver's door was open.
And what about the trunk? Was it open or closed?
It was still open at that time.
So were all the doors and trunk open except for the one on the front passenger side?
From what I can remember, at some point they were. I mean,
I'm talking about this point. I'm talking about the point when the defendant came back from having picked up that bag on the driveway towards the house.
I know my driver's door was open. I know the driver's door on the driver's door on the back one, the back door on the driver's side was open also. The other one I cannot remember if it was or not, and the trunk was open.
Okay. Could the rear passenger door have been open as well?
Yes.
At the point when the defendant went to get that bag from the driveway, were all the other bags loaded into the car?
Yes, they were.
So that was the last one to go in?
Yes.
And was it after that point that he went and spoke to Cato inside the entrance area of the house?
Overruled.
Yes.
How long did he and Cato speak in the entrance area of the house?
It was very brief, 30 seconds, a minute.
And then what happened?
From what I can remember after that, they both came walking outside. Mr. Simpson said something about searching the property. From what I remember, from what I heard was you go around one way and I'll go around the other. At that time, I closed the trunk and the car doors, and Cato started walking over to the corner of the garage where I pointed where he was before, and Mr. Simpson started to go kind of in that direction, and I was going to follow him. I was going to go just see if they need any help. I didn't know what was back there either. So I was going to go, and at that time, Mr. Simpson said, "We got to go."
Okay. So when you say Cato walked down toward the garage, can you show us on this diagram the area he was walking towards? The direction in which he was walking?
From point A to point B, or just the direction he was?
Just, I guess, the direction.
To where the K is, where you put Cato?
He was walking towards that.
Yes.
Hey, do you want to have the arrow point that way? All right. And where did he start from? First of all, who was it that said, you go one way, I'll go the other?
Mr. Simpson.
Okay. And where was Cato and Mr. Simpson standing at that time?
They were standing just a little bit farther back, a little bit towards the house.
Whoa.
Okay.
Making me seasick here.
Yeah.
What am I looking at? The dot or the,
Yeah, the dot.
arrow?
Can we?
Okay. It was just a little bit farther down towards the garage. Towards the garage.
Towards the garage?
It was in that area.
Are you giving up?
Practically.
Is that about right?
That, yeah.
All right. That's where they started from?
Yes.
Okay, why don't we put K plus S? Okay, and could we put an arrow on that to indicate direction? Underneath it, in between the two? There we go. Well. Can you tell the arrow what direction they were going in? Put the arrow where you want to, Mr. Park.
Well, see the fact that
Oh,
What pack is it?
oh,
To the same way the arrow's pointing, but around the garage.
So, can you move that arrow?
In that direction.
All right. Thank you. Again, this is on 66E. All right. So, who was in the lead walking south towards the garage?
From what I remember, Cato.
And was Mr. Simpson behind him?
Yes.
Did Mr. Kalin have that same flashlight in his hand as the one you'd seen in his hand earlier?
At that point in time, I don't know. He might have gave up on it by then. It wasn't very bright at all.
Okay. And then after the defendant said, "We got to go," what happened next?
We both went to the car. I opened the door for him, let him in, and got in the front, and we drove off.
Did you go over and close the trunk of the car, sir?
Yes, before I started to walk with them.
Before you started to go with them south towards the garage area?
Yes.
When you closed the trunk of the car, did you notice which bags were inside the trunk?
No, I didn't look.
You just closed the trunk?
Yes.
What gate did you exit through?
The Rockingham gate?
And how was it opened, if you know?
From what I remember, Cato opened it.
Do you recall what time it was when you went out through the Rockingham gate?
It was around somewhere between 10 after, 15 after 11.
Now, when you exited the Rockingham gate, did you look out onto the street?
Yes, I was watching for traffic.
Okay. And were you looking to see which cars were parked on the curb at that time?
No.
And you were on the driver's side. That would have been the left-hand side of the car, correct?
Yes.
Did you see any traffic approaching as you exited the Rockingham gate?
Yes, from what I remember, there was a car coming from the south or from northbound heading south down Rockingham.
And when you saw that car approaching you, coming south, was it coming towards you from the
Yes.
north? What did you do?
From what I remember, I had to edge out just a little bit. From what I remember, there was a car to the left, and when I came out, something was just obstructing my view over here on the right, and I edged out, and I let the car go by, and then I left.
Okay.
I followed it down.
So when you saw the car approaching the Rockingham gate going north to south, you indicated you saw a car on your left?
Yes.
You mean a car, was it a moving car or was it a parked car?
No, it was parked. It was a little farther down.
On the curb?
Yes.
And you said something was obstructing your vision on the right?
Oral.
You said something was obstructing your view on the right?
Yes.
Was that to the north of the Rockingham gate?
Yes. The area I was looking at the car.
Okay. And did you look to pay closer attention to what it was that was obstructing your view to the right of the north, that's to the right north of the Rockingham gate?
No, I was strictly looking at the traffic.
And the object that was obstructing your view, was it stationary, parked, or was it moving? The area that was obstructing your view to the right, the object that was obstructing your view to the right.
I don't know. I didn't pay attention to it. I was looking at the traffic.
So you were looking for moving and not parked vehicles at that time?
Yes.
Oral. Angel stand.
And you said after that car passed that was going from north to south, you pulled out?
Yes.
Where did you go then?
I took Rockingham down to Sunset, made a left on Sunset heading east, and was going to the 405 freeway to head south on the 405 and go to LAX. When I was going down Sunset, I was in my left-hand lane because it was the only way I knew how to get onto the freeway was to make a left. And when I was just about to get there, Mr. Simpson told me that you could get on the freeway on the right-hand side. So I got in the right-hand lane. I made a right-hand turn just a little too soon and missed the on-ramp. So he said, that's okay. You could just keep going straight down whatever street it was. There will be another on-ramp a little bit farther down, which he was correct. And got back on the freeway and drove to LAX from there.
So with the defendant's assistance, you made it to the airport?
Yes.
All right. On the way to the airport, did the defendant say anything to you?
Yeah, a few times he repeated how hot he was. 2 or 3 times he said, you know, man, it's hot. And I told him that he can turn the air conditioning on.
And did he?
Which I remember hearing it come on, yes. He also had the seat that he was sitting in, he also had the window down. A couple times, you know, he repeated it doesn't pay to get dressed in a hurry or something like that, or I know I forgot something. I said that usually happens when you're going on a trip. Asked me what time it was.
Mr. Park, let me ask you something. How many times, well, he's on a narrative. If you don't mind, I'll ask him the next question.
Excuse me, counsel, I thought we agreed we were going to talk to me. Thank you. Proceed.
How many times did the defendant remark to you that he was hot?
He said it pretty quick, right in a row, 2 or 3 times.
And then after the air conditioning and the window were down, did he continue to repeat he was hot?
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Did he remark on being hot again after the air conditioning was on and the window was down?
Did he remark?
Did he say it again?
No.
Do you recall what the weather was like that night?
From what I remember, it was mild, having our normal June gloom, foggy nights.
About what? About what was the temperature, if you recall?
68, 70 degrees.
Were you sweating?
No, I wasn't.
Were you hot?
No.
And did the defendant say something else to you on the way to the airport?
He asked me where a light switch was, and before I could give him an answer, he found one. I was about to tell him on the door back there. Also, we were on the freeway. He asked me what exit I was going to get off on, and he suggested that I take Sepulveda and probably be the quickest.
Could you see what movements he was making as he was sitting in the back seat?
From what I remember, I didn't look back there very much at all. I remember him bending down. You could just see him bent down looking. Seemed like he was just checking his bags to see if he had and everything.
Okay. Could you see some body movements?
No. No, not really.
What could you see that led you to conclude that he was checking his bags or doing something?
That he was bent down off the seat where the bags were on the floor.
Mm-hmm. And could you hear any sounds as he was doing that?
A little bit, not
Like what?
really.
What did you hear?
Just somebody shifting around in the back, like you're moving. I mean.
And was that before or after he turned on the light?
I don't remember.
For how long was the light on?
Very brief. 20, 30 seconds.
Can you tell what the traffic was like? Do you recall what the traffic was like that night?
It was nice for LA. I mean, there was hardly any cars on the freeway. It was late at night, so it was pretty wide open.
So were you driving pretty fast?
Yes.
About what time did you get to the airport?
It was about 11:35.
And when you got to the airport, where did you pull up to?
I pulled up to the American Airlines terminal.
What did you do when you got to that location?
I got there and I popped the trunk and got out of the car. Mr. Simpson got out and we started to take bags out of the trunk. The first bag I grabbed was the Gucci bag, and at that time he asked me to go get a sky cap.
Okay, when you say the Gucci bag, you mean the garment bag?
Yes.
And after the defendant asked you to get the sky cap, what did you do?
I proceeded to walk over and see if I could find one. All of them said they were busy, so I walked into the terminal part and grabbed a luggage cart.
And when you went to get the sky cap, did you bring the garment bag with you or did you leave it at the car?
No, I set it on the ground.
And when the defendant got out of the limousine, sir, could you observe him? Was there lighting there that you could see him?
Yes.
Did he get out of the car as soon as you pulled up to the terminal?
I don't know if it was as soon as we got there. I know it was pretty quick after we pulled up.
When you got out of the car after you parked there, did you see him out of the car? Did you see him get out of the car?
Yeah, I opened the door.
Oh, you opened the door for him?
Yes.
Okay. And then he got out?
Yes.
Could you tell whether or not he looked sweaty?
Sustain, rephrase the question.
Could you tell us how he looked? How did he appear?
He seemed to be hot.
And what did you see that made you believe that?
He had a little bit of sweat on his forehead.
All right, so after you So you went to get a sky cap and you couldn't get one, you went to get a luggage carrier. Did you bring one back with you?
Yes, I did.
And when I say back, did you go back to the car with that luggage carrier?
Yes, I did.
About how long a period of time was it between the time you left Mr. Simpson and came back to him with the luggage carrier?
It would have been no more than a minute.
Okay. When you came back to the car, where was Mr. Simpson?
At the trunk of the car.
At the trunk?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Did he have anything in his hands?
From what I remember, he had one of the duffel bags kind of strapped over his shoulder. And as I walked up, he put the golf bags on the cart that I was still holding, and I picked up and put the Gucci bag on the cart.
When you say golf bags, was there more than one golf bag?
No, one. It was a golf bag in a golf bag. I mean, there was a case that covered all the golf bag.
Okay. But was it one item?
Yes.
Who put the golf bag onto the luggage carrier?
Mr. Simpson.
And who put the garment bag on top of the golf bag on the luggage carrier?
From what I remember, I picked it up and put it on top.
And Mr. Simpson had a duffel bag over, one of those duffel bags over his shoulder?
From what I remember, yes.
And that duffel bag that he had over his shoulder, was that the big one that you were describing?
Yeah, it was one of the...
Two.
I don't know, we have differentiation in size of the two duffel bags.
Yes. You indicated that when you pulled up to the front door at Rockingham that there were two duffel bags in the front entrance?
Yes.
What color were they?
Black.
Were they different sizes?
They were close to the same.
About the same size?
Yes.
And was it one of those duffel bags that you saw Mr. Simpson had over his shoulder when you came back with the luggage carrier?
Yes.
So a golf bag and a garment bag went onto the luggage carrier?
He had the other bag strapped, and from what I remember, carrying the other black duffel bag.
Okay. So one of the large black duffel bags was on his shoulder and the other was in his hand?
Yes.
And the one that was in his hand, was that as large as the one on his shoulder?
It was around the same size.
And then what happened?
We walked over to where you check your baggage in. I set the golf bag on the Skycap's luggage cart along with the Gucci bag, and he carried the other bags with him over to where where you check your luggage in. And he was checking his luggage in. I put the stuff on the cart, and that was about it. I walked over, shook his hand, and he said, "Add 20%, and see you later."
Okay, on your way over to the Skycap, did anybody stop Mr. Simpson?
I couldn't remember exactly what time it took place, but someone from American Airlines asked him for an autograph, yes.
Okay. And was that on the way from the limo to the Skycap?
I'm not positive. If it was before that, when I came back with the cart, I don't know if it happened during that or if it was when we were walking over there.
Mark, would this be a good spot?
I'm just about done,
Okay.
actually.
Conclude.
Is that okay? So did he check the golf bag and the garment bag with the Skycap?
I don't know.
Did you see what he carried on versus what he checked in?
I was gone by then.
Okay. When you went with him from the limo to the Skycap, did you see that small dark bag that you'd seen earlier on the driveway of Rockingham?
Not that I remember.
Okay, well.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a recess so I can change court reporters. Please remember my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case, allow anybody to communicate with you, or conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes. Mr. Park, you may step down, and you're ordered to return in 15 minutes. All right? Thank you, sir. We've now been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Mr. Alan Park is on the witness stand undergoing direct examination by Ms. Clark. Good afternoon again, Mr. Park.
Good afternoon.
You're reminded, sir, you are still under oath, and Ms. Clark, you may continue with your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Sir, you indicated that you and Mr. Simpson then walked over to the Sky Cat. You recall testifying to that?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
And at that...
Sorry about that.
I'm used to it. And at that time, what was he carrying as you walked over to the Sky Cat?
This is an answer.
Oh,
He was carrying the 2 black duffel bags.
And did he carry them all the way over to the Sky Cap, sir?
From what I remember, yes.
Did you ever see that small, dark bag after the defendant picked it up off the driveway at Rockingham? Again.
Not that I remember.
And when you left the defendant, he was at the Sky Caps station?
Yes.
At any time during that night, sir, did he complain to you of pain in his arms or his shoulders or his back
No, he didn't.
or his legs or his feet?
No.
And did he told you to add 20% to the bill?
Yes.
Did you ever get that tip?
Actually, I don't remember.
Okay. Did you see what the defendant carried on the plane versus what he checked in with the Sky Cap?
Sustained.
I forgot. At the point that you left, then, was the defendant still with the Sky Cap, sir?
Yes.
Then you went back to your car?
Yes.
How far from the Sky Cap station did you park?
40 feet, 50 feet, somewhere around there. Wasn't far.
And did you see the defendant tip the Sky Cap?
I saw him pulling some money out of his pocket. I never saw him actually tip the Sky Cap, no.
You indicated that during the drive to the airport, sir, the defendant remarked to you as he was seated in the back of the limo you were driving that he forgot something. You recall testifying to that?
Your Honor, that states the evidence.
Sustained.
What? Did the defendant say something about having forgotten something to you?
He just said, he said, I know I forgot something.
Did he ever tell you what?
No.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Cochran.
Good afternoon, Mr. Park.
Good afternoon, sir.
ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to ask you a few questions, if I might, sir. How long had you worked for Mr. Dale St. John prior to June 12th of 1994?
It was around 2.5, 3 months.
And how long had you been a limousine driver as of June 12th, 1994?
For about 5 months.
And do you know how long Mr. OJ Simpson had been a client of Mr. Dale St. John's?
I know it's been quite a while. I didn't know the exact months,
more than a year, would you say?
Yes.
More than several years?
Yes.
And was he a valued client to Town and Country at that point?
Yes, I'd say.
And did you find out on June 12th, 1994, that you'd be taking or picking up Mr. Simpson and taking him to the airport?
Yes, I did.
And how'd you find this out?
From my boss.
And that was Mr. Dill St. John?
Yes.
And Mr. St. John gave you some instructions, did he, about picking up Mr. Simpson?
Yes, he gave me directions and what time and.
All right, he told you to be there, that you should pick him up somewhere around 10:45 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And I think you told us that you were aware that Mr. Simpson was going to be leaving on a flight at or around 11:45 p.m. on June 12th, is that correct?
Yes.
You knew it was an American Airlines flight?
Yes.
All right. Now, did he give you any other special instructions about Mr. Simpson and dealing with Mr. Simpson at all when you first talked with him?
No, not that I remember.
All right. But you knew this was it was important to the business and important to Mr. St. John to do a good job that night. Is that correct?
Yes, of course, always.
And you would want to do that for any particular client. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
In this instance, however, this was the first time that you'd ever picked up Mr. Simpson.
Yes.
All right. And as you've described, coming from the South Bay, you did not know how long it would take you to get to the Rockingham location, did you?
Correct.
So you started out early and you got there a little bit early. Is that correct?
Yes.
Had Mr. St. John told you that on occasion Mr. Simpson runs late and he's running around late on the way to the airport?
Yes.
He told you that before you got there, and he told you that in that phone conversation also. Is that correct?
I don't remember him telling me before. I remember on the phone, yes.
But he told you that in that phone conversation. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's when he told you to wait at least until 11:15 p.m. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, prior to your testimony here today, you've had occasion, have you not, to meet with the district attorneys in this case?
Yes, I have.
And on how many occasions would you, well, strike that. Tell us, when did you first meet Ms. Marsha Clark, the district attorney at the far end of the table?
The first time, I really don't remember.
Was it back in June of 1994?
Yes.
And you talked to her prior to your testimony at the grand jury, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And it'd be a fair statement to say you talked to her prior to your testimony at the preliminary hearing, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And it would be a fair statement to say you talked and gave a statement to police officers Tippin and Carr on or about June 15th, 1994, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And then you had a second interview with Tippin and Carr also on June 15th, 1994, by telephone, isn't that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And prior to your testifying here today, you've had occasion in the recent past to talk to Ms. Marsha Clark, have you?
Yes.
And when did you last talk to her prior to your testimony here today, sir?
Would have been last Friday.
And where did you talk to her at that point?
Here.
And here in this building?
Yes.
In her office?
Yes.
And how long did you talk to her at that time?
It was about an hour and a half, 2 hours.
And what time of day was that?
We met at 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock a.m.?
Yes.
And is your best recollection that you talked until perhaps about 12:30?
Somewhere around there.
All right.
We were here a little longer, but there was a lot of distractions in between, so.
All right. And after that interview with Ms. Clark on Friday at about 11 o'clock, did you have occasion to talk to her also this morning briefly?
Just here in the courtroom, yes.
All right. And you talked to her during the breaks, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Have you read anything in preparation for your testimony here today? Any of the transcripts from any of the earlier hearings?
Of my own, yes.
Yes, of your testimony?
Yes.
Tell us what you've read, sir.
I've read everything that was taken down by the court reporter.
All right, so you read you read your testimony at the grand jury, is that correct?
Yes.
You read your testimony at the preliminary hearing, is that correct?
Yeah, I wouldn't say all of it, but.
But you went through it?
Yes.
All right. And you read your two statements to Officers Tippin and Carr back on June 15th, is that correct?
Yes.
And as with all of us, I presume that your memory was better back in June of 1994 for events that had taken place on June 12th than it is now. Is that a fair statement?
That'd be fair to say, yes.
And so in the course of reading and reviewing your testimony, you tried as best you could to refresh your recollection. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, with regard to the evening of June 12th, 1994, that was a Sunday evening, was it not?
Yes, it was.
And as I understand your testimony, you arrived at the Simpson residence fairly early. You got there somewhere earlier than 10:45. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And your idea in getting there early was to make sure you're on time and that you got him to the airport on time. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And one of the reasons you were going to leave at 10:45 or wanted to leave at 10:45 was because you knew you had an 11:45 flight to catch. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Now, as I understand your testimony, even though you had thought about leaving at 10:45, you actually didn't leave until sometime after 11 o'clock. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so, if I understand your testimony again, you left somewhere between 11:05 and 11:15 out of the Rockingham gate. Is that correct?
It would have been somewhere in between there, yes.
Between that time frame. Is that
Yes.
correct? Now, Ms. Clark didn't ask you this, but you had occasion that. She's right, and let me just strike that from the record, okay? Now, that night, you saw Mr. Simpson for at least the period 10:55 thereabouts until you dropped him off at the or left him at the airport there at about 11:35. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
All right. And then, as I understand it, you left him with the sky cap, or left him checking his luggage, and then you went on and went back home. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, during this period of time, you had occasion, did you not, to see Mr. Simpson's hands, didn't you?
Yes.
In fact, you described for us that at one point you shook his hand, his right hand. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you saw him, I think you've described for us, coming down the stairs carrying some bags with his hands. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And did you ever see any Band-Aids on his left hand, on his left knuckle, middle finger here?
No.
You didn't see any cuts on his hands that evening, did you?
No.
And you didn't see Mr. Simpson bleeding that evening, did you?
No.
Didn't notice anything unusual at all regarding his hands, did you?
No.
Now, with regard to the events of that evening, as I understand it, you described for us that you would push this bell on the outside. And did you find that if you pushed the bell just once, that it continued to ring for a period of time? Could you hear it ring?
I don't remember that. I remember it made a noise.
All right. You remember hearing some noise in the distance, did you?
Yeah.
All right. And of course, you had never pushed that bell before. Is that correct?
No, I haven't.
Now, did you ever, on that date or anytime that evening, have any instructions from Mr. Dale St. John with regard to how he would come and pick up Mr. Simpson and whether or not Mr. Simpson would open the gate for him? Did you ever talk to him about that?
No.
And he never instructed you about that at all?
No.
Is that correct? All right. But you were aware that Mr. St. John had picked up Mr. Simpson on a number of occasions before June 12th?
Yes.
All right. Do you know how many times he picked him up?
I know it's numerous.
And, well, how many?
I wouldn't know.
But numerous occasions?
Yes.
And he was the regular driver for Mr. Simpson, is that correct?
Yes, he was.
All right. Now, as I understand it, when you first drove up, you at some point ended up parking across from the Ashford gate and got out of your vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes.
You just kind of waited. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you described for us this was a Sunday evening. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that particular night on Sunday evening after 10:30, between 10:30 and 11 o'clock, would you say that it was fairly quiet out there on that street that night?
It was very quiet.
And you could hear noises attendant to the street that particular night from your location, could you not?
Yes, you could.
And I think you described for us that at some point you parked the car there on Ashford and you got out of your car and I think you had a cigarette, is that correct?
Yes.
So you were outside?
Yes.
All right. And at any time while you were out there that night, did you ever hear a car drive up or hear the sound of a car drive up and stop anywhere around there?
Or will
No, I heard cars. I heard cars go by, but I never heard a car pull up and stop, no.
Right, I understand. You heard and you saw cars go by, did you not?
Yes.
Right, but you never saw a car or heard a car drive up and come to a stop, did
No.
you didn't hear,
Overruled.
you didn't hear any doors slam that particular night, did you?
No.
You didn't see any lights on that all of a sudden came to a stop and were turned off that particular evening, did you?
No.
And would I be correct in assuming that what you were most concerned with that particular evening was finding out if Mr. Simpson was at home, getting him so you could get to the airport? Was that your concern?
Yes.
At that time, it wasn't so important to you, I presume, as to what cars were parked where on the street. That wasn't important to you, was it?
No, not at all.
And you weren't thinking about that at all, is that right?
Not at all.
In fact, you recall testifying at the preliminary hearing with regard to whether or not you'd looked at for any parked cars, don't you? Remember so testifying and being asked questions about parked cars on the street at or near Rockingham that day?
Yes.
And do you recall, counsel, page 40, counsel, of the preliminary hearing transcript? Sorry. And I'm looking at beginning at line 15. The counsel has it now, Your Honor. Do you recall being asked these questions and giving these responses back at the preliminary hearing in this matter? Question.
All right. Let me see counsel sidebar with the transcript. Thank you, counsel.
Do you recall at the preliminary hearing being asked this series of questions by Ms. Clark and giving this response? Question, what gate did you leave from? Let's strike that. Let's start at line 13. Question, then did you leave? Answer, yes. Question, what gate did you leave from? Answer, the Rockingham gate. Question, and which way did you go on the Rockingham? Strike that. And which way did you go on Rockingham as you exited the gate? Answer, I made a left. Question, did you look to see whether any cars were parked on the right side as you faced the driveway of Rockingham outside the residence? Answer, I didn't look to see. Question, you weren't looking at the parked cars? Answer, yeah. Remember so testifying at the preliminary hearing?
Yes, I do.
And when you gave that answer about any cars being...
All right, you can do that on redirect, counsel.
It doesn't matter. I mean, just to save some time, let me just do it now to save some time.
All right.
In the spirit of cooperation, please allow me to.
Thank you.
Question, were you looking to see if there was some traffic? Answer, yes, of course. Can you tell us how many bags the defendant loaded into the car? Oh, is that far enough? No? I keep going. All right. And at the time you gave that testimony, you were being as accurate as you could and under oath. Isn't that correct, sir?
Yes.
All right, and then you also had occasion to testify at the grand jury. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall being asked these series of questions by Ms. Clark? Beginning, Ms. Clark, at page 270. Let's begin at line 21. And we'll go all the way over to line 12 on page 272. all the way to, read all the way to the end, 272, line 12. To the end. All right. Recall being asked this series of questions by Ms. Marsha Clark at the grand jury on or about June 17th, 1994. Question: when you pulled out of the driveway of the suspect's house, what driveway exit did you use, Ashford or Rockingham? Answer: Rockingham. Question: when you pulled out of the Rockingham gate, were you able to see any car parked on the street next to that gate? Answer: there was a vehicle to my left. When I was exiting, I noticed I had to look around the vehicle. I never noticed what kind of vehicle it was. I didn't pay any attention to that, but there was a vehicle there. Question: you say a vehicle to your left. That would be the area I'm indicating with my pen. Do you remember that she then pointed out something on the map?
Yes.
Okay, correct. Why don't you mark that? You said you noticed a vehicle down there. That is to your left is the driver's compartment.
Yes.
Yes, witness complies. Question: go ahead and have a seat. You exited out of the gate that feeds onto Rockingham. Is that right?
Yes.
Answer: yes. So you were on the left side of your car, right? Answer: yes. And you were going to make a left out of the gate. Answer: that's correct. Question: so you're looking to your left for traffic, for oncoming traffic. Answer: yeah, both ways. Question: did you attempt to look very carefully to see whether strike that. Did you attempt to look very carefully to see whether cars were parked on the other side of the driveway? Answer: there were no cars. Question: that's to the right side. Are you sure? Answer:
That's the right side. It's not in the transcript.
oh, I was just trying to see, strike that. I was trying to make it clear for the witness. Right.
All right.
Are you sure? Answer: I'm pretty sure. Question: did you make an effort to look and see if there were any cars there? Answer: I looked to the right to see if there were any cars coming down the street. Question: well, I'm asking you if you made an effort to see if there was a car parked. Answer: no. Question by Ms. Clark: there might have been a car parked there and you didn't see it. Answer: correct. Do you recall so testifying at the grand jury?
Yes, I do.
And again, the events were fresh in your mind at that point on about June 17th, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Now, you also had occasion to be interviewed by Officers Tippin and Carr on or about June 15th, 1994, the first time being 9:40 in the morning, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And at that time, you gave them a complete statement of what you'd observed back on June 12th. Isn't that a fair statement?
Yes.
And then you had occasion, after making the statement that morning, to telephonically speak with Tippin Carr to give a further statement. Isn't that correct? A re-interview?
That's correct.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you've had occasion to read that, have you not?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And do you remember telling Officers Tippin and Carr that you didn't recall seeing a car parked in front of the residence when you stopped near the Rockingham gate? Remember telling them that?
Yes.
And that was your state of mind at the time you talked to him, isn't that correct?
Yes, it is.
In fact, in none of the statements or in none of the places where you've testified, have you ever testified about having your view obstructed at all to the right, have you, before today?
No.
This is the first time we've heard that, isn't it?
Yes.
All right. Now, let's go back to the time when you got onto the premises there at Rockingham.
Mm-hmm.
At some point, as I understand it, you drove this stretch limousine onto the premises there at Rockingham. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were let in on the gate by Mr. Cato Kalin. Is that correct?
From what I remember, yes.
All right. And do you recall him coming out and opening the gate or opening the gate somewhere rather?
Yes.
And this is after you'd had a conversation with Mr. Simpson. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And so that we're clear, you'd never talked to Mr. Simpson before personally. Is that correct?
No.
But it was your belief was Mr. Simpson you were talking to because the voice that you heard sounded just like the voice that you heard on television broadcast. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And in that conversation, Mr. Simpson told you he just got out of the shower?
Yes, he did.
And that he said he was overslept, he'd overslept?
Yes.
That he'd be down shortly, words to that effect. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, even after you talked to Mr. Simpson, the gate didn't come on at that point, did it?
No.
And did you ever have a conversation with him that night wherein he told you that he didn't like to open the gate because the dog would get out when that gate was open? You remember ever talking to him about that at all?
No.
There was a black chow inside the residence there, is that?
Yes.
And that was the dog that you were petting at some point.
Yes.
All right. And but you didn't have a conversation with Mr. Simpson about that chow and his propensity to go outside.
No, not that I remember, no.
All right. So, at any rate, after you talked with Mr. Simpson, it was Mr. Cato Kalin who you'd seen first, who came over and let you in somewhere there. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, with regard to this person that you have indicated that you saw somewhere out there in the driveway area, and you've described it with some particularity, so I won't go into that in detail. Could this person have had a robe on?
Could have.
All right. You couldn't tell from your distance. You just saw a person about 6 foot that you thought was about 200 pounds, right?
Yes.
That was an African American in dark clothing, right?
Yes.
All right. And would I be correct in assuming that you saw this person only for a short period of time as that person was going into this entranceway to the residence? Is that correct?
Yes.
And how long would you say you saw that person?
It was very short.
Just in seconds?
Yes.
Just a couple of seconds?
Yes.
And as I understand it, Ms. Clark asked you some questions about the glasses. Were you wearing your glasses that night?
No.
All right. It was a short period of time. And then, as I understood your testimony, this person that you've described for us appeared to go inside the residence. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And there was a gap of no more than 5 or 6 minutes between the first time you actually could see and identify Mr. OJ Simpson that evening. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you saw Mr. Simpson, by this time you'd pulled into the driveway area. Isn't that right?
Repeat that?
Okay. When you saw Mr. Simpson come down and come out of the house, you had, by this time, pulled into the driveway area.
Yes.
Right? And as I understand it, were you inside the stretch limousine at that point or not?
When he came out?
Yes. When Mr. Simpson
No,
came
I was outside.
You were outside the vehicle?
Yes.
All right. And you pulled it in, and would I be correct if I had a word picture of you that the driver's door of the limousine, the front driver's door, was somewhere in front of the front door of the residence there at 360?
Yes.
And where were you standing when Mr. Simpson came out?
From what I remember, it was somewhere in that vicinity of the front end of the limousine.
All right. And as I understand your testimony, when you drove into this location, there were already some bags already out there. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
So now, so that we're clear, I want you to describe for this court and jury what bags did you see after you gained entrance into the Rockingham driveway? Tell us what you saw on the ground or in and around the premises there that were already out.
The only bags that I saw at that time were just the 2 duffel bags on the porch.
And these were the bags that you described as being dark in color?
Yes.
And that you, I think, indicated that at least in length, were they both about 3 feet?
Somewhere around there, yeah.
I think the court said something like 36 inches, do you recall?
Yes.
And about how tall were they?
A foot and a half.
All right, and these were 2 black, for want of a better word, we'll call them duffel bags. And where were they when you first saw them?
They would be on the entranceway of the house, just at the end of the patio by the driveway.
The end of the patio by the driveway?
Yes.
I have to slow you. I find one of those photographs. Thank you. You recall having been asked some questions about this particular exhibit on direct examination, do you not?
Yes.
I want you to look at people 66E for identification. And I want you to tell the jury, if you will, where these 2 black duffel bags were when you drove into that driveway.
From what I remember, they would be just a little bit closer to the entranceway behind the Y in driveway.
I missed that. I'm sorry. It was near where?
Behind the Y in driveway, just
right.
a little bit past that, towards the corner.
So would I be correct in assuming that it would be between the Y and driveway on Peoples 66, between the Y and that circle that approaches the entranceway?
Yes, that'd be about right.
And where were they? Where were they, on the ground, or were they on some objects, or what at that point?
They were on the ground.
All right, they were just on the ground there. Is that
Yes.
correct? And what was the condition of the door, what apparently is the front door of that residence, as you pulled in there? Was it open or closed or what?
It was open.
All right, and did you see some light emanating from inside the residence?
Yes.
All right. And at that point, you didn't see Mr. Simpson, is that correct?
No.
Did you see Cato Kalin at that point?
Yes.
And was Cato Kalin somewhere out on that driveway area there?
Yes,
at
he
that
was.
time?
Yes.
All right. So now at that point, you described the two black duffel bags and where they were. Did you see some other bags that were in and around on that driveway area after you saw the two duffel bags, sir?
Later on, I saw the one duffel bag where it's marked B.
All right, and that was later on and prior to the time that you left, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and that bag that's marked B on, this is people 66E, from the front of your vehicle to where that B is marked there in the driveway, how far is that?
That's probably about 20 feet, 25 feet.
All right, and how close did you get to that smaller bag?
Not very close.
About 20, 25 feet away?
Yeah.
Okay, that's as close as you got.
Yes.
Okay, and can you again describe that? What color was that bag?
Just seemed to be dark from where I was.
All right.
It was dark in that area.
All right, and so you just saw it from a distance, and is that correct?
Yes.
And you weren't wearing your glasses at that point?
No.
All right, so that was the third bag that you saw?
Yes.
Did you see some other bag out there in the driveway area prior to the time that you left?
No.
All right, you described for us the golf clubs at some point.
Yes.
And when is the first time you saw the golf clubs?
When Mr. Simpson got them.
And your recollection is, where did Mr. Simpson get the golf clubs from?
I didn't see that.
You just saw him with the golf clubs?
I saw him hand them to Cato.
All right, you don't know where he'd gotten them from?
No.
And prior to Mr. Simpson handing these golf clubs to Cato Kalin, you hadn't seen where he got them, right?
No.
Okay. You did describe for us, did you not, that the golf clubs appeared to be like a bag within a bag or something of that nature?
Yes.
Can you describe that with greater particularity?
It was just an all black sheath over the golf bags that had a Swiss Army emblem on it.
Yes. And so if I understand you correctly, you couldn't see the golf clubs themselves, is that correct? They were all covered up by another bag that was over the golf bag.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this sheath that was over the golf bag had some sort of a Swiss Army emblem?
Yes.
All right. And what color was that?
The emblem?
Yes.
White.
And what color was the bag?
Black.
Now, after this 5 or 6 minute period of time that Mr. Simpson came out the entranceway you've described for us, you described for us earlier he was carrying some sort of a bag. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And what kind of bag was that?
It was a garment bag that resembled the Gucci bag pattern.
All right. Well, you've been saying Gucci pattern. Do you know the difference between Louis Vuitton and Gucci?
No.
All right. If I were, you don't, do you? Okay. I'm trying to see.
Don't look at me.
No, I wouldn't. Somebody here has one, but tomorrow. Okay. But so when you say it looks like Gucci pattern, you know it's one of those designer patterns. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes.
So have you ever seen those bags with those little LVs on them that are kind of brown? LV standing for Louis Vuitton?
I can't say I have.
All right. If you were to ever see any of these bags again, do you think you'd recognize them?
Yes.
All right. At any rate, whatever this bag said, it had some writing on it. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what color was it?
It was a beige.
All right, and this bag was, how did you see Mr. Simpson with this bag when he came out that front door? How was he carrying it?
Yeah, from what I remember, it was a bag that it folded in half.
All right.
Had a handle in the middle, from
Yes.
what I remember. And
He was carrying it, was he?
yeah,
All right, and you saw him carrying it in his hands, is that right?
yes,
Okay, and did he place that bag down somewhere when he first came down?
from what I remember, he set it by the other duffel bags.
So at that point, there'd be perhaps 3 bags, the 2 black duffel bags and this designer bag. We'll call it designer bag. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. So at this point, you know about those 3, plus later on you see the bag marked at B at 66E. Is that correct?
yes.
And at this point, you have not seen the golf clubs, or have you?
No.
Okay. Now, when you first see Mr. Simpson, did the 2 of you greet each other at that point?
I can't remember that. Or, if,
Is he apparently rushing around at this point?
yes.
All right. What time is it by now?
Now it is about right around 11 o'clock, a little bit after.
All right on 11 or shortly after 11, is that
Yeah.
right? And
Yes.
do you have some concern at this point about making your flight?
Yes.
And now this is the first time you ever picked up OJ Simpson, and do you kind of want to be on time?
Yes.
You wouldn't want to miss that flight?
I wouldn't want him to.
All right. And you wouldn't want to do that for any client, including Mr. Simpson. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
Okay. So you had some concern about time.
Yes.
Okay. Describe for the jury again, if you would, what Mr. Simpson was wearing, as best you can recall, on that particular evening.
It was kind of some stonewashed jeans.
All right. By stonewashed jeans, was that lighter colored blue jeans?
Yes.
All right. And as though they've been actually pre-washed or whatever?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of top, if any, was he wearing at that point?
He had a white shirt on, white collared shirt. Seemed to be almost like a polo shirt, short sleeve.
Did you see whether or not he had any kind of shirt over this this white shirt you described for us?
From what I remember, he had a black coat with him. For some reason, I don't think he was wearing it the whole time. I'm not.
This black coat that you described, do you recall that he may have had it in his hands or something of that nature?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall him wearing any kind of a jean shirt top over this white shirt you described for us?
No.
Do you recall anything else about his attire or his raiment that particular night?
No, I didn't pay too much attention to it.
So at this point, would I be again correct that you were concerned about getting out of there at some point?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, I wasn't worrying about clothes.
All right, I understand. And that wasn't important to you at that point, was it?
No.
Okay. So you saw him briefly. You knew now that there was luggage all around. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you knew that Cato Kalin was in and about, and he had some concerns about a perceived earthquake or some noise. Is that right?
Yes.
And you saw him with his little tiny flashlight, right?
Yes.
That didn't give off much light.
Correct.
All right. And at some point, you described for us how Mr. Kalin had tried at point K to get the dog. By the way, do you remember what he called the dog?
Yes.
What was it? What was the dog's name, if you recall?
It was.
Would it refresh your recollection if I said Chachi?
Yeah.
Does that sound about right?
Yes.
All right. So when he was calling for this dog Chachi to come with him, that was the name he used. Is that right?
That he used?
Yeah. When you said that he tried to call the dog?
Yes.
All right. And you were petting the dog?
Yes.
All right. Now, you also described for us, sir, that Mr. Simpson and Mr. Cato Kalin went into the house on a number of occasions. Do you recall that?
I remember Simpson on a number of occasions. I don't remember Cato. I
Okay.
remember they were in the house together at one time, yes.
All right. But let's take Mr. Simpson first, if we can. This is after Mr. Simpson has come out and brought this designer bag and put it down. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this is after now 11 o'clock. Is that right?
That's fair to say, yes.
And on how many occasions did you see Mr. Simpson go back into the residence there?
It was 2 or 3 times.
All right. And did he go back through that area marked entrance there, the front entrance there on People's 66E for identification?
Yes.
And do you recall how long he stayed in the house on each occasion?
No.
All right. but you saw him go in at least 2 or 3 times. Is that right?
Yes.
And did you ever walk up and look at the entryway or the foyer area of that particular residence?
I remember at one time, I think was actually standing inside there just for a couple seconds.
Inside the foyer?
Yes.
Let me show you that area and see if it refreshes recollection where you had been staying. Let me I'll just put People's 112 for identification and ask Mr. Park to take a look at that.
All right.
Do you recall that that appears to be the foyer area into the front of the Simpson residence that particular night?
Yes.
That seems familiar to you?
Yes.
And you see the front door there in that picture with the kind of the stained glass windows?
Yes, I do.
And that's the door that you were describing earlier as having been open, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And it's your testimony that from the time you saw Mr. Simpson come out of the residence and before you left to go to the airport, Mr. Simpson came back inside that residence 2 to 3 times, right?
Yes.
On one of those occasions, Cato Kalin came inside with him also, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And can you tell us where Cato Kalin was or how far in the residence he came at that point? On that occasion?
From what I remember, he was just standing in that area.
And when you say in that area, what are we talking about?
In the general area of the entranceway, he never left. He never left the, he never went through any other doors or went upstairs or nothing.
All right. So when you say in that area, you see the area that has apparently the wood floors there?
Yes.
That's the general area you're talking about?
Yes.
Right? So you saw Cato Kalin standing in that area, at least on the one occasion he came in?
Yes.
After 11 o'clock. Now, is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. And then you described for us, sir, that you also may have come in part of the way at some point. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury again where you would have been and where you were?
I would have just been maybe 2 or 3 feet inside the front door.
All right. Again, you were far enough inside the front door so that you would be on the wood floor, the hardwood floors?
Yes.
All right. And was that at the time when Cato Kalin was there, or was that at the time when Mr. Simpson was inside there, if you recall?
I don't recall. I can't remember that.
You just know that on some occasion you came inside, or at least 2 to 3 feet inside that door.
On one, yes.
As depicted in People's 112 for identification?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And if that door were open, your vehicle would be parked directly across from the door with the driver's side door somewhat parallel to the front door of the Simpson residence. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, when you were inside that foyer area, some 2 to 3 feet inside there, did you see Mr. Simpson at that point where he was?
From what I remember when I was in there, he was in the front area also.
All right.
Where I was.
All right. When you say front area, well, where was he in relation to where you were, sir?
Would have been farther back into the house.
All right.
Just from what I remember, there's a wall.
All right. So let's assume, if I can get a word picture from you, if you were 2 to 3 feet inside the door there, Mr. Simpson would be toward the foreground of this particular picture. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, would he be closer to where that plant is? Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall at any point seeing him go into some other room downstairs in the house while you were in there?
I can't remember that. I wasn't in there very long. I remember turning around.
You described for the court of jury that at some point Mr. Simpson overheard a conversation between you and Cato Kalin regarding this earthquake. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then Mr. Simpson asked in kind of quizzical tones, oh, do we have an earthquake? Where's that effect?
Yes.
And was Mr. Simpson outside there when Cato Kalin asked you if you had a larger flashlight?
I'm not positive, no.
Did you ever hear Mr. Simpson make reference to a flashlight or possibly having a flashlight inside the house at all?
No.
Do you know whether or not he ever went inside looking for a flashlight?
Simpson or Cato?
Mr. Simpson.
No, not that I remember, no.
Or Mr. Cato?
No.
Did you ever hear Mr. Simpson make reference to looking for his phone book or having his phone book?
No.
Did you ever see a portable phone in Mr. Simpson's hands at any time that night?
Not that I remember.
So, at any rate, after these 2 or 3 times that Mr. Simpson came inside the residence, at some point, he went back outside in the driveway area. Is that correct?
Yes.
By the way, in the driveway, did you see any spots or anything on the driveway?
No, I didn't.
See any spots in the house at all?
No, I didn't.
You didn't notice any spots anywhere, did you?
No.
All right. And as you drove your car in that driveway and out the Rockingham gate, you weren't mindful or cognizant of any spots that may or may not have been there?
No.
How long would you say that the limousine, the stretch limousine, was parked right outside the front door of the Rockingham residence before you had occasion to move it?
How long was it parked in his driveway?
Yes, in his driveway before you left to go to the airport.
10, 15 minutes, if that.
At most. So what time would you place yourself as getting in there and pulling into the driveway? What time would that be?
That would be at about 10:56, 10:57.
About 10:56, 10:57?
Somewhere around there, yes.
And you had seen this figure that you described in dark clothing while you're on the phone with Dale St. John, is that correct?
Yes.
And that would have been after 10:52.17, is that correct?
Yes.
And it was prior to the end of your conversation with Dale St. John, which was at 10:55 and 12 seconds, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you tell us that you continued to talk to St. John for a period of time after you saw this figure?
Yes, just for very briefly, a few seconds.
All right. So would your estimate be that you saw this figure somewhere between 10:54 and 10:55?
Yes.
And you then concluded your conversation with St. John, is that right?
Yes.
All right. And then, as I understand it, you then shortly thereafter gained entrance to the Rockingham estate there, is that right?
Yes.
Because of Cato Kalin. And you would place that within a couple of minutes that you got inside?
Yes.
And then you were then in there for approximately 10 to 15 minutes, is that correct?
Yes.
And you believe that you left the Rockingham residence somewhere between 11:05 and 11:15 is your best recollection. Is that correct?
Yes. I know it was after 11:05.
After 11:05?
Yeah.
And maybe before 11:15?
Yes.
All right.
It wasn't after 11:15. It wasn't before 11:05.
So it was after 11:05 and before 11:15 probably?
Yes.
Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
All right. Now, at some point, you described for us that you got all of these bags were assembled. In fact, you put some bags into the vehicle yourself. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you put which bags did you put inside the vehicle?
I put in the designer bag into the trunk,
Okay.
and the 2 duffel bags that were on the porch. I asked him where he'd like those,
Yes, sir.
and he said he wanted those inside the car.
All right. And you described, I believe, in response to one of Mr. Clark's questions that one of these black duffel bags was unzipped. Is that correct?
Yes.
But did you look inside and see the contents?
No.
All right.
Wasn't
That would be
paying.
bad form, right?
Yes.
To peek in somebody's
Yes.
luggage? So you didn't do that, did you?
No.
All right. At any rate, you just you put those 2 bags inside the car?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you participate in putting any other bags inside that car?
Not that I remember. I might have readjusted the golf bags with Cato or something.
And Cato after being handed the golf bag, is your recommendation, strike that. Your recollection is that Cato Kalin actually put this golf bag into the limousine at some point, is that right?
Yes.
And he received it, your recollection is he received it from Mr. Simpson,
Yes.
right? And where did he put the golf bag?
Into the trunk.
And with regard to the bag, the smaller bag we've been talking about, marked at B there on the diagram that's now up again, item 66E, you don't recall whether that bag was placed inside or inside the vehicle or in the trunk of the vehicle, do you?
Correct.
You don't know?
No.
All right. Now, so at some point, all the bags are in the car, and you're about ready to leave at that point. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us where was Cato Kalin at the point when you were just about to leave the residence?
He was just about where the K is. He was in that area.
All right. And this was prior to this. This is about the location he is. And for the record, Your Honor, there are two Ks. So which K are you talking about? The blue K or the green?
Yes. Down by the corner of the garage, the blue K.
The blue K, down by the corner of the garage?
Yes.
And that was after the conversation that you heard wherein Mr. Simpson was going to go one way and he was going to go the other way to look for this sound or this noise. Is that right?
Yes.
And then Mr. Simpson noticed what time it was, and he said, "We got to go." Is that right?
Correct.
And you endorsed that and agreed with that, did you not?
Yes. I thought we should have left a while ago.
All right. You were already kind of late as far as you were concerned.
Yes.
All right. And this was fairly unfamiliar territory for you, I presume. You had not ever gone to LAX from the Rockingham location. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. So you left Cato at point K, blue K, Your Honor, on 66E. And then did you then prepare to leave the residence?
Yes.
All right. And as I understand it, in response to questions that I'd asked you earlier from the grand jury and the preliminary hearing testimony, you then proceeded out the Rockingham gate. Is that correct?
Correct.
Does that gate open automatically when you drive up to it?
I think Cato had to open it.
All right. You think the Cato came and opened it?
Yeah, he walked back over.
All right. So then he then left point K, blue K, and walked over to the front there on the Rockingham?
Correct.
All right. And that's when you then pulled out onto Rockingham and you turned left. Is that right?
Correct.
To go back, you're going towards Sunset?
Yes.
And as I understand your testimony, then now you and Mr. Simpson, of course, are alone in the car, right?
Yes.
And he gives you some directions about how to get to LAX, does he?
Not at that point, no.
Right. I mean,
just
at some point during the ride.
Yes.
All right. You know how to get back to Sunset, right?
Yes.
All right. But as I understand it, that when you get down to Sunset and the 405, you believe that you have to turn left to go up by that kind of circular hotel there?
Yes, because I've in previous jobs I used to deliver some equipment to UCLA.
Yes.
So I used to come back across the bridge and then go around that way. So I thought that was the only way back on the freeway. I didn't know there was another one on the right side, which he told me.
Mr. Simpson told you about
Yes.
the way you could go to the right or south. Is that right?
Exactly.
And as I understand your testimony, you missed that. You missed the first on-ramp going south on the 405. Is that right?
Yes.
But you were told that if you continued going southbound on the surface streets, you'd run into another on-ramp.
Yes.
And you did that, did you not?
Yes.
And at some point, he also gave you some guidance with regard to getting off at Sepulveda to save some time?
Yes.
Is that correct? Now, you described in response to one of Ms. Clark's questions that it was a June night that I believe you said it was somewhere perhaps 68 to 70 degrees, something like that.
Somewhere around there.
All right, it was June, and Mr. Simpson said to you on a couple of occasions, maybe two, possibly three occasions in a row, that I'm hot. Words to that effect. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you told him or showed him where the air conditioning was. Is that correct?
I don't know if I showed him. I told him that he can use the air conditioning.
Right. And you could hear the air conditioning coming through?
Yes.
All right. And in most limousines, there's a partition between where the client sits and where the limousine driver sits. And was that partition down during the course of your ride?
Yes.
So the two of you could talk back and forth. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And as you drove up, did you drive fairly rapidly?
Yes.
Because you wanted to make this flight again. Is that right?
Correct.
So you got on the 405 and we're moving out, right?
Yes.
Okay. You described that at some point, did Mr. Simpson ask you where the light was back there? In the rear compartment?
Yeah, he asked me where a light was.
And as I understand what you said to Ms. Clark was the light was only on briefly for perhaps 20 to 30 seconds at most. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Simpson said something to the effect that I was rushing around trying to get packed. I'm sure I'm forgetting something, or words to that effect. Isn't that correct?
Yes, everybody says that.
And that didn't seem out there or near to you, did it?
No.
All right. And you had, in fact, seen him rushing around. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And he had also told you he'd taken a shower, isn't that correct?
Yes.
So you think it unusual that he was sweating occasionally, did you? Having rushed around and taken a shower, it wasn't unusual he might be sweating, was it?
No.
And so you just continued to drive at this point as you had some conversation, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as your best recollection is that Mr. Simpson had the 2 duffel bags in the back with him, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. You don't recall any other bags at that point, do you?
Back there with him?
Yes, back there.
No.
Okay. And did that limousine have a phone in the back of it?
Yes, it did.
He didn't use the phone at that point either, did he?
No.
All right. So the 2 of you were just intent on getting to the airport, is that right?
Correct.
And as I understand it, you got to the airport by 11:35.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And how long was the drive altogether, your best recollection?
It was pretty fast. It couldn't have been not much more than 10 minutes.
You got there pretty fast?
Yeah, 10, maybe a little bit longer.
How fast were you driving?
I'm 75, hitting 80, some parts.
All right. You were going pretty fast.
Yes.
Okay. And so you got there, and then you went around to American Airlines, you went around to Terminal 4, right, at American Airlines?
Correct.
And you pulled up to the curb, did you?
Not all the way to the curb, no. I think there might have been another car.
Got as close as you could?
Yes.
And Mr. Simpson asked you if you helped by getting a skycap?
Yes.
And as I understand it, you weren't able to get a skycap, but ultimately you got one of those carts and brought it over.
Yes.
Is that correct? And you let Mr. Simpson out of the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to that, it's your recollection that at some time after Mr. Simpson got out, and although his plane was leaving in about 10 minutes, somebody approached him and asked an autograph?
Yes.
And did you see him accommodate that individual?
Yes, he did.
And did he sign the autograph?
Yeah. Yes.
He also took the time to ask you or to tell you to add 20% to the bill?
Yes.
Did you do that?
I told Dale that's what he said, and he said, okay, no problem.
All right.
Actually, I told Dale 50%, but
Did you?
no.
Kidding, I'm sure.
Yes.
But at any rate, but you did, in fact, follow through with what Mr. Simpson had said about your services there.
Yes.
Okay. And you took that you'd done a good job in getting him there to the airport, is that correct?
Yes. And he made it.
Huh?
He made it.
He did make it.
Yeah.
And then how long did you, from the time you got there at 11:35, how long did you remain with Mr. Simpson at that point?
Not very long at all.
In minutes, your best estimate?
3-4 minutes.
So would it be a fair statement to say that you last saw Mr. Simpson somewhere 11:38, 11:39 that particular night? That'd be a fair
Yes.
statement? All right, and then you still believe that his flight would be leaving at about 11:45, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And in the sequence of events, when did this person approach him to get the autograph? I mean, was it after you went and got the cart, or at what point was that?
I can't remember if it was right when we got out of the car to start with the bags, or if it was when we started to walk up to the skycap. I just remember the scenario happening.
All right. And you and Mr. Simpson participated in putting the luggage on this particular cart, is that correct?
Yes.
And then the cart was then taken inside the terminal there for American Airlines?
No, the cart I pushed over, and the skycap had the bigger luggage cart, which I put the golf bags and the designer bag onto.
All right.
And that
So
was
that
about
was
when I left.
Was that outside on that walkway in front of Terminal 4?
Yes, it was.
It's kind of like curbside check-in.
Yes.
And this big kind of dolly or whatever would be used to go on the conveyor belt to get on the plane. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was there some mention of the fact that this had to be expedited at this point?
Not that I know of, no.
All right. At any rate, you were asked a question with regard to Mr. Simpson's tip. Not for you, but for the skycap. And you recall that at some point, Mr. Simpson reached into his pocket and took some change out?
Yes.
And now where were you at that point?
That was right when I was done putting the golf clubs and the designer bag on the bigger cart. And that's when I turned around. He was getting some money out of his pocket, and that's when I said, see you later.
Okay, and that was you. At that point, you were still out there on that walkway in front of American Airlines or Terminal 4?
Yes.
And you saw him at that point reach into his pocket, but you didn't see whether he handed what he handed the sky cap.
No.
All right. So that's the last time you saw him then?
Yes.
You then got back into your vehicle and took off, is that correct?
Correct.
There was no, all the luggage had been taken out of the car, is that correct?
Yes.
There's no blood in the back of that car, was there?
No.
No blood on the carpet of that car, was there?
No.
You didn't see him bleeding that night, did you?
No.
And there's nothing about Mr. Simpson that seemed unusual to you that night, isn't that correct?
Like,
Oh,
like I said, I've never met him, so I don't know his normal behavior.
All right, do you recall being asked that question by Ms. Clark at the preliminary hearing, page 41? What's the bad? You still put it as a bad question? Okay, good. Well, I still want to ask it. Page 41, line 23 and 24. Do you recall being asked this question? Okay, I'm sorry. 41 preliminary hearing, line 23, 24. I think this is you. Let me start then, Your Honor. Let me begin at line 18 down to, let me go through 26. All right? Question. Can you describe the defendant's behavior that night when you saw him at the point that you were packing up the car with him and getting ready to leave? Answer. Well, I've never met him before, so everything seemed okay to me. Question by Ms. Clark. Nothing seemed unusual to you? Answer. No. Question. Did you notice any injuries to his hands? Answer. No, I didn't. Do you recall so testifying?
Yes.
Your Honor, this might be a good point if the court would allow.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the afternoon. Please remember all of my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Do not allow anybody to communicate with you. Mr. Park, you may step down. You're ordered to return tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. You were also ordered not to discuss your testimony with anybody except for the lawyers and your own attorney. Do you understand the order, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
All right, we'll stand in recess, 9 o'clock.